This episode is brought to you by Google Chrome. You think you know a browser, but Gemini and Chrome? That's new. It can help you with practically anything on the web, like restoring a vintage motorcycle from a 50-page restoration blog, or finally break down that long article you've had open for weeks. Gemini and Chrome is here for it. Ready to make anything online make sense? There's no place like Chrome. Check responses, setup required, compatibility and availability varies, 18+.
Forged in the crucible of the First Crusade, the Knights Templar emerged from obscurity as protectors of the sacred. These knights, unlike others, were dressed in white mantles adorned with a red cross. They wielded swords with one hand and scripture with the other, blending monkhood sanctity with the battlefield's ferocity. Whispers spread of their unparalleled bravery and supernatural resolve. But their mission extended beyond mere warfare. They became the guardians of treasures, relics, and secrets that tantalized the imagination. In their enigmatic fortresses, hidden in plain sight, they safeguarded mysteries said to challenge even the most devout believers, instilling a sense of security and trust in those they protected. In a time of darkness and light, an audacious call reverberated across the lands, a call that would alter the course of history. The year was 1095, and Pope Urban II had summoned the Knights of Christendom to embark on a divine mission. Their goal was ambitious, even otherworldly, to reclaim Jerusalem, the holiest of cities, from its Muslim rulers. But this was no ordinary war. It was a spiritual odyssey cloaked in the mystery of faith. Warriors would carry the cross as a symbol of salvation and as their banner into battle. What followed was the birth of a new kind of soldier, the Knights Templar, a monastic military order sworn to protect pilgrims and wage holy war. The Crusades themselves were a theater of both devotion and devastation. They were battles fought for the soul of humanity, drenched in the paradox of holy violence. The Templars stood at the heart of this chaos, their swords flashing in the deserts of the Levant, their chants rising above the clamor of battle. Yet their mystique deepened off the battlefield. Rumors whispered of sacred relics in their possession, the Holy Grail, the Ark of the Covenant, and perhaps secrets that could rewrite the Scriptures. Were they the instruments of divine will, or did they hold keys to forbidden knowledge that could unravel the fabric of the medieval church? As the dust settled on centuries of crusading, the Templars fell under suspicion, their power perceived as a threat to kings and popes alike. By the dawn of the 14th century, their downfall was as dramatic as their rise. Burned at the stake, accused of heresy, their legacy became entwined with conspiracy and legend. Yet their story did not end in flames. The Templars have become immortalized, their mysteries sparking curiosity and debate, even today. This is the tale of faith, ambition, and secrecy. A time when knights and monks walked the blurred line between salvation and sin, and the Crusades burned like a beacon, lighting the path to heaven and damnation. This is a story where fact and legend intertwine, a saga of the Templars and the Crusades, where the echoes of swords and prayers still resonate through the corridors of history. In November 1095, the Church promulgated a decree at a council in Clermont, located in the French Auvergne, marking a new era in Western Christianity's use of warfare to advance its religious objectives. Anyone who travels to Jerusalem to liberate the Church of God solely out of devotion, not out of a desire for honor or financial gain, may replace this pilgrimage with all forms of penance. This decree did not originate with Christian violence. It neither delineated the specific parameters of a revolution in thought or practice, nor established how subsequent generations would utilize the precedent. Pope Urban sermon at the council's conclusion on November 27th during his preaching tour of France, 1088-95, overshadowed the decree's legal authority and became the most notable feature of the Clermont Assembly. The Pope's statements remain undisclosed. Witnesses and later commentators portrayed him as issuing an impassioned summons to the martial classes of Western Europe to reclaim the holy city of Jerusalem, asserting that this was not a mere act of secular warfare but a divine mandate bestowed upon the faithful by God himself. The exclamations of Deus lo volt, "It is God's will," allegedly echoed this sentiment in response to Urban's remarks. To establish a focal point for dedication and a symbol of distinction, Urban instituted the ceremonial bestowal of crosses to individuals who had pledged to embark on the journey to Jerusalem. As a result, they received the designation "signed with the cross," or crucisignati. In the subsequent century, authors in Western European vernaculars commenced to depict these wars similarly, Crozea, Crozia, or Cruzada in early 13th century Southern French, Languedoc. The appropriation of Christianity's most sacred symbol as a badge, banner, and talisman ensued logically from the Pope's vision of the mission to liberate the holy city of Christ, adorned by his passion and resurrection. Observers and veterans of the mission interpreted the Pope's call as a summons for Christ-like sacrifice in adherence to the gospel directive. "If any man will come after me, let him deny himself, take up his cross, and follow me." Matthew 16:24. All Hebrew narratives regarding the 1096 massacres of Rhineland Jews by the advancing Christian armies highlighted that the perpetrators displayed the cross. The memory of Urban's oratory at Clermont greatly enriched the accounts of the significant repercussions of the Pope's sermons. Urban's edict clearly declared a holy war, and the campaign's activities, such as fighting and the resulting carnage, could be seen as a form of strict penance if they were carried out religiously. Although some may perceive the cause as just, that was not the principal emphasis. God required an act of total self-denial, resulting in the application of unrealistic absolutes inconsistent with military, social, and psychological realities. This ideal served as a source of inspiration and a criterion for evaluating actions. Driven by a religious cause and motive, the Clermont Decree initiated a holy war as an act of charity for the love of God and the Eastern Christians. Urban not only combined violence with a transcendent moral imperative, but also evoked a form of primitive religious nostalgia through the ambiguously liminal holy city of Jerusalem. This city, lost to Christendom since its conquest by Muslims in 638, still holds a central place in Christian imagination as the site of the crucifixion and resurrection. Christian texts, known through the Mass and liturgy, indicate that the earth intersects with heaven. The Clermont Decree promptly elucidated the rationale behind the substantial reaction. The certainties of belief, apprehension of eternal condemnation, temporal self-perception, material, social, and supernatural gain. The allure of warfare attracts the military aristocracy, a distinctly advantageous cause. Western Christians possess a prominent goal that strongly reverberates within their imaginative realm. It constituted a formula for enduring power throughout the Middle Ages. An authoritative figure, the Pope, can conduct a crusade under a divine mandate and sanction it. As Vicar of Christ, the Pope delineated the war's objective. He extended complete absolution for sins to its combatants and a suite of temporal advantages, including ecclesiastical safeguarding of family and property, immunity from legal actions, and debt forgiveness with accrued interest. The beneficiary obtained these grants by taking a vow represented by a ritual adoption of a cross, consecrated by a priest and affixed to the recipient's attire, frequently articulated in terms akin to those of a pilgrimage. Completing the vow, absolution, or death dictated the length of the spiritual and temporal privileges. Those who honored their vow by dying in combat or through other means could expect eternal salvation and be considered martyrs. Each stage paralleled a quasi-monastic dedication, linking the endeavor to the idealized notion of the perfect Christian spiritual existence. The initial emergence and justification for the Holy War in 1095 was the reclamation of Jerusalem from Muslim dominion. However, the specifics of the vow and its related privileges evolved over the subsequent century to encompass a variety of political and ecclesiastical issues. Subsequently, the Holy Land maintained preeminence in rhetoric, imagination, and, for numerous centuries, ideology. Historians structure the past to facilitate comprehension of the evidence. In doing so, they jeopardize becoming ensnared by their own contrivance. From 1095 to around 1500, various military campaigns acquired the benefits linked to the Wars of the Cross. However, only a handful subsequently gained recognition, with all focusing on Muslim targets in and around Syria and Palestine in the eastern Mediterranean. Urban II informed the nobles, knights, foot soldiers, unarmed pilgrims, and attendants who responded to his call in 1095-6 that their endeavors were for a singular cause, unaware they were initiating a historical event. Subsequent events transformed perceptions. The organizers of the subsequent comparable Eastern campaign, which took place from 1146 to 1149, drew inspiration from the precedent of 1095 to 1096, overshadowing lesser expeditions that had previously supported the Christian cause. As a result, later scholars referred to the 1146 Crusade as the Second Crusade. Only significant large-scale international offensives aimed at the Holy Land received subsequent numbering. Consequently, the canon incorporated the Fourth Crusade, 1202 to 1204, which intended to attack Egypt but ultimately reached only Constantinople. Other crusades are characterized by their objectives, locations, participants, or motives. The Albigensian Crusades were military campaigns against religious heretics in southern France, specifically near Albi from 1209 to 1229. Beginning in the mid-12th century, the Baltic Crusades initiated campaigns against indigenous pagan tribes in the region for 2.5 centuries. Historians and modern elitism have socially categorized the peasants, 1096, children's, 1212, and shepherds, 1251-1320 Crusades. Historians, somewhat critically, categorize the wars waged against papal adversaries in Europe from the 13th century as political, as though all wars lack a political dimension. Qualifying the numerous lesser crusades to the Holy Land is still necessary, which demanded a sense of grandeur or significance. To exacerbate the confusion, historians have disagreed on certain figures related to the Holy Land Crusades of the 13th century, even within the established canon. Some regard Frederick II of Germany's crusade from 1228 to 1229, which temporarily reinstated Jerusalem as the Sixth Crusade, while others consider it the final campaign of the Fifth Crusade, called in 1213. We no longer typically refer to Louis IX of France's Egyptian campaign of 1248-50, the sixth or seventh, depending on Frederick V's perspective, and his campaign to Tunis in 1270, the eighth or ninth, by numerical designations. These games are not novel. During the early 18th century, certain historians adhered to 5, 1096, 1146, 1190, 1217 to 29, and 1248, whereas others enumerated 8. Contemporary historians typically limit the enumeration of the Crusades to 5, commencing in 1213, after which they cease this convention. The First Crusade occurred from 1095 to 1099. From 1095 until the conclusion of the Middle Ages, Western Europeans engaged in or strategized wars perceived as either the defense or advancement of their religion across the eastern Mediterranean, the Iberian Peninsula, the Baltic region, and within Christendom. However, no campaign matched the initial one in significance or recollection. The actions of the armies and fleets from Western Europe that invaded the Near East between 1096 and 1099 to seize Jerusalem in distant Palestine have astounded and affected contemporaries and later generations. Enthusiastic Western intellectuals utilized theological terminology, the most significant miracle since the resurrection, and a novel path to salvation, akin to revitalizing God's covenant with his people. The expedition emerged from social, religious, ecclesiastical, and political contexts. A military aristocracy unified Western Europe through coercion, hereditary privilege, and civil legislation to manage local resources. Acknowledging the immorality of their traditional practices and yearning for atonement, numerous armed individuals, nobles, and entourages who possessed adequate resources or patronage embarked on such an expedition. Sacred violence was commonplace for them, and Jerusalem held profound spiritual significance. The invitation from Alexius III Comnenus, the Eastern Christian emperor of Byzantium, Constantinople, to Pope Urban aligned with the newly established papal policy of asserting the supremacy over both church and state, which had evolved over the preceding 50 years. A prior initiative by Pope Gregory VII, 1073-85, to mobilize an army for Jerusalem failed in 1074. At this juncture, Urban II, already an advocate for military action against Muslims in Spain, capitalized on the opportunity to enhance papal authority in secular matters. From its origin, crusading embodied a pragmatic manifestation of papal ideology, authority, and influence. The opportunity was not coincidental. For years, Alexius I had been diligently enlisting Western knights and mercenaries. As a usurper, he necessitated military victory to bolster his domestic legitimacy. Malik Shah, the Turkish Sultan of Baghdad, perished in 1092, resulting in the fragmentation of his empire in Syria, Palestine, and Iraq. This allowed Alexius to re-establish Byzantine authority in Asia Minor, while the Turks had ceded northern Syria following their victory over the Byzantines at Manzikert in 1071. He required Western forces for this purpose. For political expediency, the Pope was a conspicuous and accessible ally to select. Upon receiving the Byzantine ambassadors in early 1095, Urban reframed their appeal for military assistance into a campaign of religious revitalization, justifying it in cosmological and eschatological language. The Pope spearheaded the recruitment initiative through a preaching tour of his native France from August 1095 to September 1096, culminating in a pivotal moment at Clermont. With the monarchs of France and Germany excommunicated, King William Rufus of England embroiled in conflict with the Pope, and the Spanish rulers occupied with their Muslim frontier, the Pope focused on the upper nobility, including dukes, counts, and lords, while broadly extending his influence. Recruitment extended from southern Italy and Sicily to Lombardy, encompassing extensive areas of France from Aquitaine and Provence to Normandy, Flanders, the Low Countries, Western Germany, the Rhineland, the North Sea region, and Denmark. Latin and Arabic sources collectively designated these individuals as Franks, Franci, Alefrangi. A recent estimate suggests that the number of combatants arriving in Asia Minor in 1096-7 ranged from 50,000 to 70,000, not accounting for the non-combatant pilgrims who utilized the military exodus for protection during their travels. The initial contingent to depart for the designated meeting location of Constantinople in the spring and summer of 1096 comprised forces from Lombardy, northern and eastern France, the Rhineland, and southern Germany. One of their leaders was the charismatic Picard preacher, Peter the Hermit. Certain contemporaries ascribed the inception of the entire endeavor to Peter, who purportedly endured severe mistreatment from the Turkish authorities of Jerusalem during a pilgrimage several years prior. While Peter was probably not the originator of the expedition, he undoubtedly played a crucial role in recruitment, potentially with papal endorsement, and successfully assembled a considerable army within 3.5 months following the Council of Clermont. Elements of these Franco-German contingents perpetrated brutal anti-Jewish pogroms throughout the Rhineland in May and June 1096 before advancing eastward along the Danube. Numerous individuals have characterized these armies as the peasants' crusade, which is a misnomer. Despite having fewer nobles and cavalry than subsequent armies, these forces did not exhibit the chaos often depicted in legends and contemporary discourse. They exhibited cohesion, resources, and leadership, completing the arduous journey to Constantinople largely unscathed and promptly. Contrary to popular belief, one of the commanders, Walter Sans-Avoir, was not penniless. Sans-Avoir refers to a location in the Seine Valley, not a state of being. Nonetheless, sustaining discipline proved to be difficult. Following the crossing of the Bosporus into Asia in August 1096, the Turks decimated these forces in September and October, mere weeks before the arrival of the first princely-led armies in Constantinople. Following Peter's expeditionary forces were 6 substantial armies from northern France, Lorraine, Flanders, Normandy, Provence, and southern Italy. In 1095-6, Urban II conferred with the Provençal leader, Count Raymond d'Assefort of Toulouse, who accompanied the Pope's legate, Adhemar, Bishop of Le Puy. Nevertheless, there was no overarching commander. Bohemond of Taranto, leader of the Normans from southern Italy, emerged as the most effective military commander. From November 1096 to June 1097, Alexius I compelled each leader to pledge an oath of fealty upon their arrival in Constantinople. In exchange, Alexius I supplied funds, navigators, and a contingent of soldiers. The campaign progressed through 4 phases following the capture of Nicaea, the capital of the Turkish Sultanate of Rum, Asia Minor, in June 1097. After a challenging march through Asia Minor to Syria, June to October 1097, which included a significant yet limited victory against the Turks north of Dorylaeum, July 1st, the siege and ensuing defense of Antioch in northern Syria occurred October 1097 to June 1098. Baldwin of Boulogne led a contingent from the primary army to secure dominance over the Armenian city of Edessa, located beyond the Euphrates. As their challenges multiplied, the beleaguered Western army increasingly believed in divine protection, reinforced by visions, the seemingly miraculous discovery at Antioch of the Holy Lance allegedly used to pierce Christ's side on the cross, and the subsequent victory on June 28, 1098, over a significantly larger Muslim force from Mosul. From June 1098 to January 1099, the Christian army resided in northern Syria, subsisting on the land and disputing the spoils. Accounts of additional miracles and visions accompanied the final march on Jerusalem, January to June 1099, reinforcing the perception that the army was an instrument of divine providence. The Crusaders may have been singularly focused, devout, and ruthless, yet they were neither foolish nor uninformed. They considered local politics at each phase of their progress, particularly the persistent divisions among Muslim adversaries that hindered a cohesive opposition. Diplomatic negotiations with the Egyptians, who had seized Jerusalem from the Turks in 1098, persisted for 2 years before disintegrating a few weeks before the Westerners arrived in the Holy City. On July 15th, the conclusive assault on Jerusalem, June to July 1099, resulted in success, astonishing both Muslim and Jewish perspectives with the subsequent massacre. Western observers characterized it favorably, using apocalyptic language. Most surviving crusaders returned to the west following their victory over an Egyptian relief army at Ascalon on August 12th. By 1100, only 300 knights persisted in southern Palestine. Of the roughly 100,000 knights who set out for Jerusalem in 1096 and those who joined them in the subsequent 3 years, merely 14,000 knights arrived in Jerusalem by June 1099. Urban II was accurate. The crusade constituted a notably severe retribution. The Second Crusade transpired in the 12th century, from 1145 to 1149. Following the First Crusade's establishment of footholds at Antioch in Syria and Jerusalem in Palestine, 4 principalities arose on the Levantine mainland: the Kingdom of Jerusalem, 1099 to 1291, the Principality of Antioch, 1098-1268, the County of Edessa, 1098-1144, and the County of Tripoli, 1102 to 1289. These territories were collectively known as Outremer, meaning the land overseas. The Eastern Crusades sought to augment, safeguard, or reinstate these conquests. During the early 12th century, as Jerusalem remained under Christian control, the pilgrimage industry flourished, and military campaigns in the Holy Land became integral to the chivalric education of certain aristocratic nobles, serving as a martial complement to pilgrimage. Numerous modest expeditions facilitated the conquest of the ports, plains, and adjacent hinterland of the Syrio-Palestinian coast, including those led by King Sigurd of Norway, 1109-10, Fulk V of Anjou, 1120 and 1128, and the Doge of Venice, 1123-4. The penitential war model was progressively employed on Christian frontiers, including Spain, and against papal adversaries within Christendom. Nonetheless, the Holy Land maintained its preeminence as an objective of holy warfare. The precedent set by the First Crusade guaranteed an enthusiastic response to a new general call to arms. In December 1144, the Turkish warlord Zengi, sovereign of Mosul and Aleppo, 1128-46, seized Edessa, exterminating the Frankish populace. Pope Eugenius III, 1145-53, launched a new crusade through a bull, a circular letter named after its seal, which recounted the valor of 1096-9 and delineated the specific privileges granted to those who took the cross. Unlike Urban II, Eugenius actively recruited monarchs including Louis VII of France, 1137-80, and Conrad III of Germany, 1138-52. Abbot Bernard of Clairvaux, 1090-1153, the preeminent ecclesiastical figure and spiritual propagandist of his era, primarily oversaw the recruitment, embarking on a highly successful preaching campaign across France, Flanders, and the Rhineland in 1146-7. Increased anti-Jewish violence in the Rhineland stemmed from Bernard's intolerant message toward Christ's adversaries, which some insincerely attributed to an unconventional monk named Rudolph. Although the Pope sanctioned distinct crusading campaigns in Spain, Bernard permitted a faction of discontented Saxon nobles to substitute their Holy Land pledges for military endeavors on the Baltic German-Slav frontier, which they undertook in the summer of 1147, with neither notable success nor commitment to the principles of holy war. A significant contingent of recruits from Frisia, the Rhineland, Flanders, northern France, and England, journeying eastward by sea, assisted King Alfonso Henriques of Portugal, 1139–85, in seizing Lisbon from the Moors on October 24, 1147, following a protracted 4-month siege. While a minority chose to remain, the majority departed for the Mediterranean the subsequent spring, with some participating in the Spanish siege of Tortosa and most arriving in the Holy Land. We discovered the remnants of the substantial German and French ground forces there. In September and October 1147, Turkish forces in Asia Minor engaged in conflict after arriving close by the land route through Central Europe. In October, they annihilated the substantial German contingent near Dorylaeum, with King Conrad narrowly evading capture but sustaining injuries. Having previously declined King Roger II of Sicily's offer of maritime transport, the French ultimately arrived at the port of Adalia despite suffering significant losses in Western Asia Minor during the winter of 1147–8. However, Louis VII chose to forsake his infantry and proceeded directly to Syria with a contingent of officers but a limited number of troops. The ensuing Holy Land campaign was a complete failure. Conrad III effectively reassembled an army from the Crusaders who had departed from Lisbon. In conjunction with Louis VII and Baldwin III, King of Jerusalem, 1143–63, he orchestrated an assault on Damascus from July 23 to 28, 1148, which culminated in a rapid and compelled retreat due to the Christians' insufficient resources for an extended siege or defense against Muslim reinforcements. The catastrophe led to widespread blame and accusations of betrayal, shocking the West and undermining the entire concept of such expeditions. The Third Crusade occurred from 1188 to 1192. The 4 decades following the unsuccessful assault on Damascus in 1148 experienced a gradual decline in the strategic standing of Outremer. By 1186, the consolidation of Syria under Nur al-Din of Aleppo, 1146–74, the acquisition of Egypt by his Kurdish mercenary commander Shirkuh, 1168–9, and the formation of an Egypto-Syrian empire by Shirkuh's nephew, Saladin, 1169–93, had encircled Outremer. The discourse of this emergent, unified Muslim authority significantly highlighted jihad, combat against non-believers. This coincided with Outremer's financial frailty, the absence of Western support, and the Kingdom of Jerusalem's decline into deterioration and political turmoil. The royal succession sequentially transitioned to a potential bigamist, Amalric 1163–74, a leper, Baldwin IV 1174–85, a minor, Baldwin V 1185–6, a woman, Sybil 1186–90, and her disfavored opportunistic spouse, Guy 1186–92. On July 4, 1187, Saladin decimated the Jerusalem army at the Battle of Hattin in Galilee. In less than a year, nearly all Frankish ports and fortifications had capitulated or been seized. Jerusalem succumbed on October 2, 1187. The principal centers of opposition were Tyre, Tripoli, and Antioch. The reaction in the West was substantial. By March 1188, the monarchs of Germany, France, England, and numerous prominent nobles had embraced the cross. King William II of Sicily dispatched a fleet to the east. King William II of Sicily commenced preaching and recruitment while diligently formulating campaign strategies. France and the British Isles implemented the Saladin tithe, a tax on profits. In 1189, King Guy of Jerusalem, recently liberated from Saladin's captivity, commenced the siege of the crucial port of Acre. This became the central focus of the Christian military campaign for the subsequent 2 years. During that year, fleets from northern Europe began to arrive. In May 1189, Frederick Barbarossa, King of Germany and Holy Roman Emperor, commenced a campaign with an army purportedly numbering 100,000 troops. Following the successful navigation through the obstructive Byzantine Empire and the antagonistic Turkish Anatolia, Frederick's crusade culminated in tragic bathos when he drowned while attempting to traverse the river Salef in Cilicia on June 10, 1190. His vast army disintegrated and demoralized, with only a small remnant reaching Acre. Despite the commencement of the eastward voyage by English and French forces in 1189, political disputes regarding the succession hindered the monarchs from setting sail until 1190, following the death of Henry II of England in July 1189. The intricate relationship between King Philip II of France, 1180–1223, a substantial landholder as a vassal of the French crown, and the newly ascended King of England, Richard I, in 1189–99, required their joint travel. Richard's proficiency as a military leader and administrator of personnel, vessels, resources, and substantial financial assets rapidly positioned him in a pivotal role within the crusade. Unperturbed by the anti-Jewish riots and massacres in English towns, particularly York during 1189–90, the kings departed in July 1190, convening in September at Messina in Sicily, where they spent the winter. Philip departed for Acre in March 1191, reaching his destination on April 20th, whereas Richard's more substantial forces diverted to Cyprus. While the autonomous Greek leader mistreated factions within his army, Richard capitalized on the situation to swiftly conquer the island in May. Cyprus remained under Christian control until 1571. Richard ultimately reached Acre on June 6, 1191. Following 6 weeks of intense bombardment, the city capitulated on July 12th. Philip II withdrew from the crusade on July 31st, citing illness and pressing matters at home, but was evidently perturbed by Richard's supremacy. Most of his followers remained present to express their opinions about his actions. Following the execution of hundreds of Muslim prisoners due to his impatience with Saladin's equivocation regarding the Acre surrender agreement, Richard commenced his march southward toward Jerusalem on August 22nd. The Palestine War of 1191–2 centered on security concerns. Neither side achieved a decisive victory, but the sole resolution was a durable political accord. Richard I employed coercion to intimidate Saladin into reinstating the pre-1187 Kingdom of Jerusalem. Successful diplomacy rendered battles and sieges superfluous. Neither party attained adequate military superiority to compel the other to offer acceptable concessions, thereby extending the conflict. On September 7, 1191, Richard thwarted Saladin's effort to expel the Crusaders into the sea at Arsuf, the principal confrontation of the campaign. Richard advanced his forces to within 12 miles of Jerusalem on 2 occasions, January and June-July 1192, but retreated each time, citing an inadequate workforce to capture or maintain the city. These decisions were judicious, yet conflicted with the rationale for his presence in southern Palestine initially. Saladin's failed attempt to seize the vital port of Jaffa in late July 1192 and Richard's incapacity to devise a plan to attack Saladin's stronghold in Egypt led to a military impasse that demanded a diplomatic solution. The negotiations were arduous. Saladin rejected the notion of any formal Christian authority in Jerusalem, but was otherwise amenable to a degree of Palestinian partition. The Treaty of Jaffa, September 2, 1192, granted the Franks dominion over the coastline from Acre to Jaffa, permitting pilgrim access to Jerusalem and facilitating movement between Muslim and Christian regions. Afflicted and yearning to return home, Richard departed from Acre on October 9th. Ironically, Saladin died less than 6 months later on March 4, 1193. Despite its inability to reclaim Jerusalem, The Third Crusade established the framework for subsequent Eastern Crusades. Afterward, only maritime routes assisted the re-established Kingdom of Jerusalem, which lasted until 1291. Cyprus offered a novel and significant ally for the Frankish settlements on the mainland. Diplomacy and ceasefires between Muslims and Christians became customary. The domination of Egypt became a focal point in Western strategic planning. Governments or the church facilitated funding for crusading, which became progressively more professionalized. A more exact theology of violence clarified the rights and responsibilities of the crusaders. Following the 1191-2 failures, the focus shifted to Jerusalem, incorporating the Iter Hierosolimitana into the Negotium Terrae Sanctae, also known as the Sanctum Negotium. The Fourth Crusade occurred from 1198 to 1204. The slender expanse of Palestinian coastline, reclaimed by the Third Crusade for Christian governance, established a commercially viable foundation for a revitalized. Despite the subsequent centuries' diminishment of the Kingdom of Jerusalem, Christian governance only restored the Holy City from 1229 to 1244. Following the reclamation of a significant portion of the coast in the 1190s, the Franks secured their safety through truces with Saladin's successors in Egypt and Syria. Until the mid-13th century, the West primarily extended assistance based on its conditions rather than responding to specific crises. Pope Innocent III, 1198-1216, initiated the Fourth Crusade, believing that all Christians had a duty to participate in the Lord's War. Pope Innocent III advocated this concept as an integral aspect of the Western devotional life through his sermons and liturgical practices. Innocent, a proponent of crusades against various perceived threats to the Church, viewed the reclamation of the Holy Land as a paramount and pressing goal. In August 1198, he announced a new Eastern expedition. By 1201, a coalition of influential northern French barons, including Count Baldwin of Flanders, responded to Innocent's summons by selecting the well-connected northern Italian Marquis Boniface of Montferrat, whose family possessed a long-standing engagement in the eastern Mediterranean, as their leader. The expedition selected Egypt as its objective. The lack of monarchs precluded the Crusaders from obtaining national taxes or fleets, compelling them to procure transportation from Venice. The agreement with Venice mandated an excessively large contingent of Crusaders and a correspondingly elevated cost. In the summer of 1202, it became evident that the Crusaders assembled in Venice needed help to procure the stipulated amount. The Venetians not only provided 50 warships but also dedicated a significant portion of their shipping and annual revenue to support the crusade. Realistically, they could neither forsake the venture nor annul the obligation. In a proposed resolution, the Doge, Enrico Dandolo, d. 1205, extended a moratorium on the debt in exchange for the Crusaders' assistance in seizing the port of Zara in Dalmatia, despite it being a Christian city under the jurisdiction of fellow Crusader King Emmerich of Hungary. Even with clear reservations and papal condemnation, the Crusaders had limited alternatives if they aimed to achieve their primary goal. Zara succumbed to the Venetian Crusader forces on November 24, 1202. At that time, factions within the Crusade and Venetian leadership were contemplating a diversion to Constantinople to assist Alexius Angelus, the son of the ousted Byzantine Emperor Isaac II, 1185-95. Young Alexius pledged to finance the Crusaders' assault on Egypt in exchange for their assistance seizing the Byzantine throne from his usurping uncle, Alexius III, 1195-1203. The strategy repulsed many Crusaders, forcing them to retreat. But young Alexius, the Venetians, and the leadership embarked on a journey to Constantinople, arriving in June 1203. 1 month later, an amphibious assault on the city compelled Alexius III to flee, facilitating the restoration of Isaac II alongside his son, now Alexius IV, as co-emperor. Their reliance on uncouth Westerners alienated Greek sentiment, and their failure to fulfill Alexius's pledge of financial aid and support weakened the Crusaders' backing. In January 1204, Alexius V Ducas Murzuphilus instigated aggressive actions against the Crusaders, resulting in their deposition and assassination. Confronted with a survival crisis, Western leaders exerted influence over the Greeks in March 1204, consenting to conquer and divide the Byzantine Empire. On 12th to 13th April, the Crusaders penetrated the city's fortifications. Alexius V absconded, permitting the triumphant Westerners to plunder for 3 days. Though likely exaggerated, this atrocity has echoed through the centuries in infamy. Baldwin of Flanders, a Latin emperor, assumed office within weeks, commencing the territorial annexation of the Greek Empire. 1 year later, they relinquished aspirations of expanding the crusade to Egypt. The Latin Empire of Constantinople endured until 1261, when the West occupied portions of Greece for centuries. From 1231 until the latter part of the 14th century, the unstable condition of the Frankish conquests in Greece necessitated the proclamation of crusades against the Greeks. Every significant campaign since 1147 had contemplated the conquest of Constantinople. Subsequent popes expressed discontent regarding the Greek inability to aid in reclaiming the Holy Land. During 1202-3, conquest seemed feasible. By the spring of 1204, it became imperative. Nonetheless, this was never the primary objective of the crusade, and for Venice it marked a transition from purely commercial imperialism to a more territorial strategy. The diversion stemmed from policy rather than conspiracy, with motives comprising pragmatism, idealism, and opportunism, consistent with prior crusades. The Fifth Crusade occurred from 1213 to 1229. More than its forerunners, the Fifth Crusade epitomized the institutionalization of crusading within Christian society as envisioned by Innocent III. Within a broader semi-permanent evangelization effort, crusading served as one expression of Christian revivalism. The papal bull Quia Major 1213, which initiated the New Eastern Campaign, broadened access to the Crusades' remission of sins, referred to as indulgence, for individuals who appointed a proxy or contributed a corresponding sum of money to fulfill their vow. In 1215, the Fourth Lateran Council of the Western Church sanctioned universal clerical taxation to bolster the initiative. A substantial and meticulously planned recruitment initiative, propaganda, and funding facilitated expeditions to the east from 1217 to 1229. Most recruits originated from Germany, Central Europe, Italy, and the British Isles rather than France, the conventional epicenter of Crusade enlistment. Initial forces, commanded by King Andrew of Hungary, 12 Hostev 535, arrived at Acre in 1217-18, redirecting military efforts toward Egypt when the Crusaders besieged Damietta, a port in the eastern Nile Delta, in 1218. The city succumbed only after a protracted and expensive siege in November 1219. Cardinal Legate Pelagius, whose financial oversight conferred significant power within the crusading army, spearheaded a faction that deemed Egyptian proposals to trade Damietta for Jerusalem inappropriate and impractical. The lack of leadership proved to be particularly detrimental. The Westerners declined to acknowledge the authority of King John of Brienne of Jerusalem, 1225. Nonetheless, the Pope appointed Frederick II of Germany, 1211-50, as his commander who stayed in Europe. To avert the disintegration of the crusade due to inactivity, the Christian army advanced southward towards Cairo in the summer of 1221, only to encounter floods and harassment from the Egyptians, and ultimately capitulated on August 30th. They evacuated Damietta on September 8, 1221. Recruitment persisted nearly uninterrupted despite the setback in Egypt. In 1227, Frederick II commenced his journey to the east, but promptly returned due to a sudden and severe illness. Pope Gregory IX, 1227-41, an experienced crusade recruiter, excommunicated Frederick due to his impatience. However, Frederick, undeterred, embarked for the Holy Land in 1228. In February 1229, Frederick capitalized on the rivalries between the rulers of Egypt and Syria, concluding a treaty with the Sultan of Egypt that reinstated Jerusalem to the Franks. The city was accessible to everyone, and the Haram al-Sharif, or Temple Mount, was to remain under the jurisdiction of Islamic religious authorities, unlike the arrangements in Jerusalem post-1967. Frederick's authoritarian demeanor rendered him unpopular, and as he departed for the west from Acre on May 1, 1229, the populace pelted him with refuse. Khwarezmian raiders, Turkish mercenaries employed by the Sultan of Egypt, seized Jerusalem from Christians in 1244, with a brief interruption in 1240. The city was under Muslim dominion until 1917. After 1229, the Eastern Crusades evolved from a pragmatic approach to one characterized by optimism, ultimately descending into desperation. Truces with rival Muslim neighbors supported the Frankish Outremer until the rise of the militant Mamluk sultans in Egypt. These sultans, part of a professional caste of Turkish slave warriors, replaced the descendants of Saladin in the 1250s. The Franks' alliance with the Mongols, who invaded Syria in the late 1250s, was succeeded by the Mongols' defeat by the Mamluks and subsequent withdrawal from the region in 1260, rendering them susceptible to the new Egyptian sultan, Baybars, 1260–77, who was dedicated to eliminating the Christian settlements. Subsequent Western expeditions led by various prominent nobles, the Count of Champagne in 1239, the Earl of Cornwall in 1240, Lord Edward, later Edward I of England, in 1271, yielded minimal outcomes beyond transient benefits or reprieve. Monarchs, including the kings of France and Aragon, periodically dispatched relief flotillas or stationed small garrisons in Acre. Notwithstanding the enduring appeal of crusading as an ideal and endeavor, from 1229 until the ultimate loss of the final Christian strongholds in Syria and Palestine in 1291, only a single significant international campaign occurred in the eastern Mediterranean, namely the Crusade of Louis IX of France from 1248 to 1254. Louis IX meticulously planned, lavishly financed, and meticulously organized his crusade. It was one of the worst campaigns, and its failure fitted its ambition. Louis aimed to subjugate Egypt and alter the power dynamics in the Near East. In December 1244, he took the cross and gathered an army of approximately 15,000. Over the next 3 years, he amassed a treasury exceeding 1 million livres and accumulated a stockpile of food and equipment in Cyprus, where Louis arrived in late summer 1248. In the following spring, Louis, supported by the Outremer Franks, invaded Egypt and captured Damietta upon his arrival on June 5, 1249. The offensive against the interior began on November 20th, but the Nile Delta impeded it for over 2 months. Following a strenuous yet inconclusive confrontation near Mansoura on February 7, 1250, Louis's army could not advance and became isolated from its base at Damietta. The withdrawal in early April escalated into a rout as the Christian army collapsed due to disease, exhaustion, and a more formidable adversary. The prisoners included Louis, suffering from severe dysentery. They liberated him in exchange for Damietta and a substantial ransom. Astounded by what he regarded as divine retribution, Louis remained in the Holy Land, until 1254, fortifying defences, notably at Caesarea, and improving Outremer's diplomatic relations with neighbouring entities. However, despite bolstering his reputation for piety, Louis's presence did not alter the judgment of 1250. We need to revise the meticulously devised campaign plan. After the Mongols' defeat in 1260, Baibars of Egypt and his successors, Qalawun, 1279-90, and Al-Ashraf Khalil, 1293, methodically dismantled the remaining Frankish territories in Syria and Palestine. In 1268, Antioch succumbed, followed by Tripoli in 1289, and ultimately Acre fell in 1291 after a courageous yet ineffective defense, resulting in the evacuation of the remaining Christian strongholds without additional resistance. The sultans demolished the ports they seized to prevent the Franks from returning. The West observed this collapse with trepidation, apprehension, and powerlessness. Political rivalries, conflicting domestic demands, and a more pragmatic evaluation of the necessary operational scale contributed to the inability to establish a sufficient military response. The newly planned eastern expedition of Louis IX in 1270 advanced only as far as Tunis en route to Egypt. Louis passed away on August 25, 1270, prompting most of his followers to return home. Despite the ultimate loss of Acre in 1291, strategies and incursions in the Levant persisted throughout the 14th century until the Ottoman Turks emerged as a new threat in the Balkans and the Aegean during the 1350s, and again in the mid-15th century, which shifted the focus of the Holy War. Christians readily utilized the ideology and rhetoric of the Holy Land Wars to address internal religious and political disputes within Christendom, as well as to justify frontier conflicts with non-Christians. The Children's Crusade and the Shepherds' Crusades revealed the societal influence of the ideology through widespread episodes of revivalist fervor aimed at reclaiming the Holy Land. The Children's Crusade in the summer of 1212 consisted of two separate episodes of popular religious fervor, incited by a climate of crisis resulting from the preaching of threats to Christendom from Muslims in the Holy Land, Moors in Spain, and heretics in southern France. A succession of penitential and revivalist processions in northern France, spearheaded by Stephen of Cloyes from the Vermandois, proceeded to Saint Denis near Paris, articulating ambiguous calls for moral reform. No definitive evidence exists to suggest that these marches aimed to liberate Jerusalem. Simultaneously, substantial contingents of young men and adolescents, referred to in the sources as pueri, denoting children, alongside priests and adults, were led by a boy named Nicholas of Cologne as they traversed the Rhineland, declaring their intent to liberate the Holy Sepulchre. Several marchers traveled to northern Italy to seek transportation to the east, but presumably still needed to reach their intended destination. Their sacred conflict was spiritual in nature. Interpreting the Church's doctrine literally, they held that their poverty, purity, and innocence would triumph where knights could not. Experience quickly informed them otherwise. The marches of 1212 mirrored the Shepherds' Crusade of 1251, a populist movement in France that attributed Louis IX's failure in Egypt to a corrupt nobility. The movement encountered brutal repression after revealing its leaders as chaotic instigators instead of revered figures. Nevertheless, analogous manifestations of social and political apprehensions surfaced through advocacy for the transcendent cause of the Holy Land in Italy in 1309 and France in 1320. A clearly stated redemptive theology, which saw the crusade as a communal act of penance and the idea that society's leaders were not living up to their duties in these areas, linked news or rumors of outside threats to Christendom. Official church doctrine progressively advocated for the extensive implementation of wars of the cross, although Innocent III, in his bull Quia Mea, 1213, emphasized the primacy of the Holy Land. In the 1130s, the Pope began to grant indulgences for Jerusalem, following the precedent of 1096, to political adversaries like Roger II of Sicily, 1101-54, Markward of Anweiler in 1199, various heretics, their defenders, and mercenary groups. The Pope appeared to bestow these indulgences without necessitating vows, sermons, or the taking of the cross. In 1208, Innocent III declared war on the Cathar heretics of Languedoc, the Albigensians, and their Christian defenders, marking the first use of the entire Crusade system against fellow Christians. The Albigensian Crusades, 1209-29, one of the most infamous medieval conflicts, deteriorated from a sincere effort to eradicate pervasive heresy, perceived by many as a perilously infectious affliction threatening all Christendom, into a ruthless territorial acquisition. The puritanical dualist Cathar heresy had gained prominence in regions of Languedoc governed by the Count of Toulouse. The assassination of the papal legate in 1208 prompted Innocent III to grant indulgences and the cross for the Holy Land to northern French barons. Under the fervent leadership of the militant monk Arnold Amaury, abbot of Citeaux, and the ambitious adventurer Simon de Montfort, the Crusaders commenced the annexation of the county of Toulouse and its adjacent provinces, frequently employing brutal violence indiscriminately against both local Christians and heretics. We recall the sack of Béziers in 1209 as exceptionally brutal. In 1213, Simon vanquished and killed King Peter of Aragon, the ally of the Count of Toulouse, at the Battle of Muret. Following Simon's death in 1218, the Crusades' momentum diminished until King Louis VIII of France revitalized it in 1226. The Treaty of Paris, 1229, ratified the successful conquest of Languedoc by year's end. Ironically, although the Albigensian Crusade achieved political success, the Inquisition's more pacific and rational approaches eliminated the Cathars. Nonetheless, the Church continued to employ crusades against heretics throughout the remainder of the Middle Ages and after that. From 1420 to 1471, the Church initiated or intended 6 crusades against the Czech Hussite evangelicals in Bohemia. The Protestant Reformations of the 16th century incited a resurgence of crusade initiatives against adversaries of the Catholic Church, including Henry V and Elizabeth I of England. They continued to serve as a conventional recourse for pious and beleaguered Catholics during the subsequent wars of religion, notably against the Huguenots in France during the 1560s. Popes regarded the crusade as a flexible tool to affirm and maintain the plenitude of power of the 13th century papacy, promote doctrinal and liturgical uniformity, and secure a temporal territory in Italy. Individuals labeled as schismatics by the Crucisignati encompassed peasants in the Netherlands and the Lower Weser, 1228-34, Bosnians resisting Hungarian dominion from 1227, and insurgents against the papal vassal Henry III of England, 1216-17 and 1265. Popes waged the principal crusades against Christians to consolidate their territories in Italy. The popes harbored apprehensions regarding the Hohenstaufen dynasty, a lineage of German monarchs that governed southern Italy and Sicily beginning in the 1190s. This resulted in the 30 Years' War involving Hohenstaufen Frederick II and his successors, 1239-68, culminating in the designation of Charles of Anjou, a papal appointee, as the sovereign of Sicily and Naples. In the aftermath of the Sicilian rebellion against Charles in 1282, the Wars of the Sicilian Vespers, 1282-1302, engaged various elements of the crusading apparatus, such as cross-bearing, preaching, indulgences, and ecclesiastical taxation. This practice continued during the papacy in Avignon, resulting in consistent local or regional efforts to advance papal interests in central and northern Italy, a 1309-77. These Italian crusades hardly attempted to obscure papal institutional or individual interests, much to the chagrin of critics such as Dante. Militant popes such as Julius II, 1503-13, intermittently reinstated this holy war following the unsuccessful crusades initiated by both factions to resolve the Great Papal Schism, Aard 1378-1417. Since the 1090s, the First Lateran Council 1123 standardized the ceremonies and privileges related to expeditions to Jerusalem, including those combating Muslims in Spain. They granted additional authorization for campaigns against the Moors in 1147-8 during the Second Crusade and at subsequent intervals. A church council in Segovia, 1166, granted Jerusalem indulgences to individuals who defended Castile against Christian assaults. The Almohad invasions of Iberia in the late 12th century posed a significant threat to Christian conquests and increased crusading appeals, culminating in the 1212 crusade against them. This resulted in the notable Christian triumph at Las Navas de Tolosa, 1212, against the Almohads, the conquests of the Balearic Islands, 1229-31, and Valencia, 1232-5, by James I of Aragon, 1213-76, exemplified how the campaigns of the Spanish Reconquista increasingly manifested as national interests, albeit still susceptible to classification as crusades. The capture of Cordova, 1236, and Seville, 1248, by Ferdinand III of Castile, 1217-1252, rendered formal or active crusading against the Moors in the Emirate of Granada until 1492 superfluous. Ironically, the peninsula underwent its most profound crusading experience as a victim when the French invaded Aragon in 1285 during the crusade that precipitated the War of Sicilian Vespers, 1282-1302. The Baltic Crusades were instrumental in the severe process of Christianization and Germanization, infusing a religious dimension into the overt ethnic cleansing and territorial expansion that, in certain regions, achieved greater success than elsewhere. The term crusading in the Baltic initially referred to Danish and German anti-Slav aggression between the Elbe and Oder in 1147 during the Second Crusade. This endeavor, disguised as a missionary campaign, contradicted canon law due to the Christian prohibition on forced conversion. These conflicts directly advanced local political and ecclesiastical aspirations. The primary regions of conquest post-1200 encompassed Prussia, Livonia, Estonia, and Finland. In Prussia, the territorial expansion of German princes in Pomerania encountered the conflicting interests of Denmark and the military order of the Teutonic Knights. Germans established this order in Acre following the Third Crusade in the 1190s, but its regional connections quickly led it to primarily fight for the cross in the north. The conflict in Livonia escalated within the Church under the Archbishop of Riga and the military order of Sword Brothers, established in 1202. In Estonia, the Danes re-engaged in conflict with the military orders and the Swedes and Russians from Novgorod. Finland became the focus of Swedish expansionism. By the 1230s, the Teutonic Knights, amalgamating with the Sword Brothers in 1237, had established dominance over warfare and colonization in Prussia, Livonia, and southern Estonia. In 1226, the Teutonic Knights appointed their leader, Hermann von Salza, as the Imperial Prince of Prussia, a title that became a papal fief in 1234. While certain specific grants for crusades in the Baltic persisted, most of these northern conflicts took on the character of eternal crusades after Innocent IV in 1245 confirmed the Teutonic Knights' authority to issue crusade indulgences without special papal consent. This conferred upon the Teutonic Knights a distinctive status, unparalleled even by the monarchs of the Kingdom of Jerusalem, as a sovereign entity with the inherent authority to synchronize its foreign policy with the crusade. In the 14th century, the Knights capitalized on this opportunity by creating a chivalric package tour for Western nobles seeking combat, extravagant feasting, indulgences, and enhanced reputations. The Knights' influence diminished due to their inability to conquer Lithuania, Poland, and the conversion of pagan Lithuania in 1386. In 1525, the master of the Teutonic Knights in Prussia transitioned into a secular German principality by adopting Lutheranism and secularization. The Livonian branch subsequently complied in 1562. Whether medieval or modern, frontiers may be defined by religious, ethnic, cultural, social, and geographic factors. In such instances, the Crusades introduced a distinct level of animosity or fervor. Despite the absence of specific crusades targeting Jewish communities in Europe or Asia, the crusading ideology incited violence against them, even in the face of official secular and ecclesiastical condemnation. Urban II in 1095-6 and Bernard of Clairvaux in 1146-7 unequivocally condemned the adversaries of the cross and focused on the crucifixion narrative, directing their rhetoric towards the Jews with minimal misinterpretation. The pogroms in the Rhineland in 1096 and 1146-7, along with those in England in 1190, did not represent the apex of the pervasive anti-Jewish violence in Northern Europe. The Jews were merely collateral targets of the Crusades. Local authorities retained the rights to exploitation and expropriation. Richard I denounced the assaults on Jews in London in 1189, as he considered their possessions to be his own. A cultural myopia among Christians prevented them from recognizing Jews as fully human, a dismissive stance notably exemplified by the renowned crusader Louis IX of France. This discrimination could result in persecution, but increasingly it led to expulsion from areas of the British Isles and France during the late 13th and 14th centuries. Deprived of civil rights and, in many instances, efficient mechanisms for self-governance or protection, Jews in medieval Europe experienced a form of Christian schizophrenia. Shielded by Christian biblical mandates, Jews lacked sufficient political visibility to constitute a tangible threat that would incite a crusade against them. Christian doctrine simultaneously regarded them as a menace and a religious challenge to Christianity. Blood libels and allegations of Jews murdering Christians increasingly incited massacres rather than crusades. Daily experiences and enduring traditions contradicted the belief in Jewish malevolence and cultural obscurity, despite the irony that in the two areas most impacted by active crusading, Spain and Outremer, Jews faced less harassment and even enjoyed a degree of tolerance. Crusading contributed at times violently to the formation of a closed, intolerant society. Attributing the excesses of anti-Semitism, whether medieval or modern, solely to the Crusades is simplistic and unpersuasive. A multitude of sources contribute to the reservoir of animosity. The conventional endpoint of the Crusades, marked by the fall of Acre in 1291, is illogical. People continued to carry the cross, albeit in decreasing numbers. Monarchs and pontiffs utilized the associated institutions of indulgences, legal duties, and taxation for centuries. Until the onset of the 100 Years' War in the 1330s, the reclamation of the Holy Land appeared feasible, albeit challenging and costly. In the Mediterranean, assaults on piratical Turkish emirs and the Mamluks persisted intermittently, exemplified by the sack of Alexandria in 1365 by Peter I of Cyprus. The ascendant influence of the Ottoman Turks from the mid-14th century redefined the purpose of crusading. placing Christendom again in a defensive position. Western crusading forces dispatched to confront the Ottomans in the Balkans decisively defeated them at Nicopolis on the Danube, 1396, and Varna on the Black Sea, 1444, with the Turks receiving assistance from Christian allies, namely the Serbs and Genoese. The military order of St. John, known as the Hospitallers, occupied Rhodes from 1309 until 1522 before relocating to Malta, where Napoleon expelled them in 1798. Cyprus and Crete, outcomes of earlier crusades, retained Christian dominion until 1571 and 1669, respectively. The Ottoman expansion in the 15th century revitalized crusading ideologies in the Adriatic and Central Europe. Following the Turkish conquest of Constantinople in 1453, the Renaissance papacy perceived crusading as essential once more. The collapse of the Greek imperial capital instigated the declaration of a new crusade. John of Capistrano assembled an unexpected crusading contingent that rescued Belgrade in 1456. Crusading concepts remained pertinent and intriguing as long as the Ottomans posed a threat, extending into the 17th century, when Francis Bacon derided them as the rendezvous of cracked brains that wore their feathers in their heads instead of their hats. Nevertheless, the allure persisted. Men may have embraced the cross, anticipating indulgences within the anti-Turkish Holy League, 1684–97. The conclusion of the crusading era was characterized not by the spectacle of a failed campaign or a lost siege, but by a protracted decline, ultimately extinguished as kingdoms and secular authorities rather than churches or religion, asserted dominance over the morality and conduct of warfare. The effects of the Crusades. History has recognized the Crusades beyond Christendom for their significant impact on the allocation of political and religious authority in the impacted areas. However, the effectiveness and achievements of the Crusaders were typically determined by factors beyond their control. The fragmentation of the Muslim Near East in the late 11th century and of Muslim Spain 2 generations prior likely precipitated the initiation of the Crusades against Islam, which otherwise may not have commenced or would have quickly faltered. Conversely, these wars would have been fleeting without Westerners' political and economic ability to maintain conquest and colonization in the Mediterranean and the Baltic. The inability of the Muslim powers in North Africa and southern Iberia, along with the various tribes of the southern and eastern Baltic, to sustain a unified opposition to Christian expansion in the 13th century, enabled the success of the Crusades. The rise of Lithuania in the 14th century starkly contrasted with other developments, as it effectively repelled additional crusading incursions in the Baltic, achieving a unification strategically akin to that of Syria, Palestine, and Egypt under the Ayyubids, c. 1174–1250, and the Mamluks, 1250–1517, which determined the destiny of Outremer. The repercussions of crusading endeavors were significantly diverse. The Christian reconquest in Spain significantly altered the political and cultural trajectory of the region. The conquest and Christianization of Prussia, Livonia, and Finland in the Baltic redefined the region and its inhabitants within Latin Christendom. In Greece and its islands, extensively occupied by Western nobles and Venetians following the Fourth Crusade, the impact of Western conquest was largely superficial. However, during its duration, particularly in Venetian Crete, held until 1669, it was frequently unpleasant or overtly brutal for the indigenous populace. The first Crusaders' incursion into Anatolia and northern Syria in the summer and autumn of 1097 initiated the Western presence in the Near East, leaving minimal remnants aside from physical and potentially cultural scars. Despite the continuation of Western-sponsored coastal raids into the 15th century, the expulsion of the final Latin Christian outposts from the Levantine coast in 1291, coupled with the systematic obliteration of the ports by the sultans of Egypt, precluded any possibility of resurgence, save for a scant influx of resolute, affluent pilgrims and a handful of friars serving as resident guides. No remnants of the Latin presence in Syria and Palestine endure, save for stones, some intact, predominantly in ruins, and a rekindled memory of resentment. The suppression of heresy within Christendom in the 13th century and papal campaigns against political adversaries from the 13th to the 15th century did not necessitate a distinct ideology of holy war. Likewise, the territorial expansion in the Baltic and the incorporation of powers like Denmark and Sweden into Western European governance occurred before their alignment with crusading ideology and practices. The Christian reconquest, or Reconquista, preceded its recharacterization as a holy war in Spain. The wars would have transpired regardless. Conversely, we can perceive the conflicts in the Eastern Mediterranean solely as a result of this novel manifestation of holy war. Western Christendom did not situate Syria and Palestine on its borders. The Near East's politics directly impacted Latin Christendom, primarily due to the pervasive presence of biblical narratives in the West's religious culture, which manifested in preaching, liturgy, and the visual arts. The most peculiar element of the Crusades to the Holy Land was its disconnection from the domestic conditions of the regions targeted by the armies. Despite serving the interests of the Eastern Greek Christian Empire of Byzantium, the First Crusade gained momentum and diverged significantly from Greek frontier policy. The Western Knights had no strategic or substantial interest in campaigning in Judea. This is where analogies with contemporary imperialism fail. For the land-hungry or politically ambitious adventurer, alternative regions closer to home presented more accessible and lucrative opportunities. Except for the Third Crusade, 1188-92, Western enthusiasm and policy, as evidenced in the Fourth and Fifth Crusades, dictated the timing and recruitment of Eastern Crusades rather than the immediate requirements of the Western settlements in the Levant. In a broader context, while the presence of Western warriors and settlers on the immediate frontiers of Muslim Iberia or pagan Baltic had some economic or political justification, it did not apply to the Holy Land, where the rationale for occupation stemmed from its significance as a terrestrial relic of Christ, representing a fundamentally religious mission, regardless of the material methods used to accomplish it. Thus, the Christian conflicts of the 12th and 13th centuries in the Near East are striking evidence of the influence of ideas. What was the significance of these Eastern Crusades in shaping international power dynamics? They compelled Westerners to engage in geopolitical events otherwise distant from their sphere of interest. A specific religious interpretation of world history prompted Western European engagement in shaping the political fate of Syria, Palestine, Egypt, and Iraq during a critical reconfiguration of Near Eastern power. Urban II was profoundly interested in Christian political history, frequently rendering his readings somber. The emergence of Islam in the 7th and early 8th centuries counterbalanced the triumph of Christianity's acceptance by the Roman Empire in the 4th century, and the later conversion of the Germanic successor states in the remnants of the Western Empire from the 5th to 7th centuries. The swift Arab conquests of the Christian territories of Egypt, Palestine, Syria, North Africa, and most of the Iberian Peninsula from 634 to 711 diminished Christendom, as a late medieval pope articulated it, to an angle of the world. Jerusalem succumbed to Arab dominion in 638. Nearly all the biblical locations known to the faithful were under Muslim authority. Subsequent progress in the 9th century, such as the conquest of Sicily and establishments in southern Italy, appeared to jeopardize Rome and transform the western Mediterranean into a Muslim-dominated expanse. The two most formidable regimes in the West, the Carolingian Empire of the 8th century and the German emperors of the 10th and 11th centuries, despite asserting claims to an Italian kingdom, seldom confronted the loss of southern Christian provinces directly. For the Byzantine Empire, the confrontation with Islamic states was a routine aspect of foreign policy, particularly after the stabilization of borders in eastern Anatolia in the 8th century. The century preceding 1095 experienced a significant transformation. The 10th century saw the expulsion of Muslim pirates from their strongholds in southern France in the western Mediterranean. From 1061 to 1091, Italian Norman forces subjugated Sicily. To the west, the disintegration of the Caliphate of Cordova in Spain in 1031, supplanted by a mosaic of rival principalities governed by the Taifa kings, afforded Christian rulers and mercenaries from beyond the peninsula opportunities to exact tribute and expand their territories. Motivated by political and economic interests rather than religious beliefs, the expansion of Christian governance occurred incrementally, with Muslim-Christian alliances being as prevalent as hostilities. The renowned conqueror of Valencia in 1094, the Castilian Rodrigo Diaz, d. 1099, known as El Cid, dedicated much of his career to combating Muslim lords against Christians and vice versa. Nevertheless, the typically contentious Christian princes consolidated their efforts and achieved substantial victories, particularly with Alfonso VI of Castile's conquest of Toledo in 1085. Dynastic and ecclesiastical connections attracted recruits from Catalonia and the northern Pyrenees, although they could only be retrospectively classified as crusaders. In the eastern Mediterranean during the latter half of the 10th century, Byzantine forces reasserted control in northern Syria, seizing Antioch in 969, which remained under Greek dominion until 1084, shortly before the onset of the First Crusade. On the other hand, the Anatolian-Syrian frontiers remained largely unaltered. The regional tripartite balance of power consisted of the Byzantine Empire to the north and west, the Orthodox Sunni Muslim Abbasid Caliphate of Baghdad, which nominally governed Iran, Iraq, and Syria, and the Shia Muslim Fatimid Caliphate in Egypt, established in 969. The incursion of the Seljuk Turks from northeastern Iran significantly disrupted the political landscape of the Near East in the 11th century. In 1055, the Seljuks asserted their dominance over the Baghdad Caliphate as sultans, sultan meaning power in Arabic, and advanced westward, achieving overlordship over most of Syria and Palestine by 1079, following their victory over a Byzantine army at Manzikert in northeastern Anatolia in 1071. A Seljuk Sultanate established itself in Anatolia within 2 decades, with its capital at Nicaea near Constantinople. Nevertheless, despite the Seljuk conquests, Muslim unity remained a facade, especially after the civil war among the heirs of Sultan Malik Shah. The Seljuk Empire in Iraq and Syria consisted of a loose confederation of city-states, frequently governed by Turkish military leaders, atabegs, and slave mercenaries, Mamluks, who pledged loyalty to various competing Seljuk princes. Ethnic diversity and the estrangement of rulers from their government were prevalent throughout the region. In certain regions of Syria, immigrant Turkish Sunnis governed an indigenous Shia populace or imposed their protection upon local Arab dynasts. The Shia Fatimid Caliphate of Egypt, governed by predominantly non-Arab, Turkish or Armenian viziers, presided over a predominantly Sunni populace. This complexity guaranteed ongoing political instability, presenting abundant opportunities for the ambitious, the ruthless, the adept, and the fortunate. The arrival of the Western armies during the First Crusade in 1097–8 introduced an additional foreign military force to a region already saturated with rival external rulers. Unlike the influence of the Crusades in Western Europe, the conquests in Syria and Palestine had a limited impact on shaping the political trajectory of the Near East during the 12th and 13th centuries, and none after that. Developments beyond the Muslim frontiers and Christian dominion largely dictated the settlers' fate. The 12th century saw the formation of Syrian unity under Zengi of Aleppo, d. 1146, and his son Nur al-Din, d. 1174, followed by the unification of Syria with Egypt under Nur al-Din's Kurdish mercenary commander Saladin, d. 1193, who became an independent Egyptian sultan. Aside from a significant effort to challenge control of Egypt from 1163 to 1169, the Christian rulers in Palestine, the Franks, regarded the situation as predominantly passive observers. Saladin directed his armies against the Franks in the decisive campaign of 1187–8, only after he had captured the three inland Muslim capitals of Damascus, Aleppo, and Mosul. Although Saladin, Zengi, and Nur al-Din positioned their policies at the forefront of a Muslim religious revival that advanced westward from Iran and Iraq, framing their conflicts with the rhetoric of jihad. The majority of their efforts and aggression primarily targeted fellow Muslims both materially and ideologically. Saladin paralleled his conquest of Jerusalem in 1187 with dismantling the heretical Fatimid Caliphate in 1171. Saladin and his successors primarily concentrated on the internal governance of their empire, as evidenced by Saladin's pragmatic strategy in negotiating the division of Palestine with the Franks during the Third Crusade. The recurrent civil wars among Saladin's successors, the Ayyubids, prompted them to negotiate truces with the Franks, who maintained control over a significant portion of the Syro-Palestinian coastline from the 1190s to the 1260s. Aside from transient anxieties after their conquest of Damietta, 1219 and 1249, the Ayyubid military apparatus effectively withstood the two Christian offensives against Egypt, 1218–21 and 1249–50. In 1250, the defense of Egypt by a contingent of Mamluk mercenaries led to their acquisition of the Egyptian Sultanate. The emergence of the Mamluks, Turks, from the Eurasian steppes adhered to the established trend of foreign dominion in the Near East, as did the primary threat to their nascent empire, the Mongols, who had invaded Iraq and Syria by the late 1250s. In 1258, the Mongols plundered Baghdad, executed the final caliph, turned Frankish Antioch into a client state, and briefly occupied Syria. The Mamluks of Egypt defeated a Mongol army at Ain Jalut in the Jezreel Valley in September 1260, a pivotal event that established which of the two dominant Near Eastern powers would govern Syria and delineated the political boundary between them, a settlement that endured until the Ottoman conquest of the Mamluk Empire in 1517. The Franks and their Western allies were merely spectators. The formidable Baibars initiated the ultimate expulsion of the Franks, which Al-Ashraf Khalil concluded in 1291. The conquerors, rather than the Franks themselves, were characterized by a negative connotation. The Mamluks systematically demolished the coastal Christian strongholds, leading H.E. Mayer to declare the destruction of the ancient Syro-Palestinian city civilization. The pivotal outcomes of 1260 and 1291 established the Mamluks as the triumphant force in the protracted contest for dominion over Egypt, Syria, and Palestine, contending against Greeks, Kurds, Turks, and Franks. The last was simply one of many disadvantaged parties. Their influence in reconfiguring the political landscape was intrusive rather than pivotal. Stephen Runciman, the preeminent Anglophone historian of the Crusades, posited that the Crusades constituted a calamity for Christendom due to the Fourth Crusade's detrimental impact on the Byzantine Empire. The Turks permanently weakened Byzantium, leaving it unable to protect Christendom, leading to the persecution and enslavement of innocent Christians in the Balkans. However, the Mamluks' victory in the latter half of the 13th century preserved Western Asia from the Mongols and safeguarded southern and eastern Europe. The inability of Byzantium to protect itself in 1203-4 boded poorly for any prospective function as a stronghold against subsequent Turkish assaults. The occupation of segments of the Greek Empire by Franks and Venetians ultimately guaranteed enduring Western investment in the eventual resistance to the Ottomans. Byzantium's catastrophic inability to accommodate the Crusaders before 1204 raises doubts about its ability to manage the Turks more effectively. The Mongols, though largely indifferent to the intricacies of local politics and religion, could have been even more contentious conquerors than the Ottomans. The Mamluk victory, devastating for the Franks of Outremer, limited the Mongols to Persia and upheld an Islamic status quo that was only subject to criticism based on race or religion. Additionally, those who assume Ottoman malice or believe that the contentious Christian rule in the Balkans would have been better for its people are wrong, although it is simple to. Revisiting the Crusades through the lens of contemporary historical or cultural biases is ultimately unproductive, if not detrimental. The Crusades resulted in the estrangement between Greek and Latin Christendom, not the rise of the Turk. Despite being a conceptual oxymoron, the Christian Holy War has held a pivotal position in Christianity's culture. The Crusades were merely one manifestation of this martial tradition. Urban II did not originate Christian Holy Wars in 1095, nor did they terminate with the conclusion of the Crusades. The Crusades were not the sole expression of medieval religious violence. Due to the stark and triumphant contradiction of Christ's teachings and the appropriation of spiritual struggle and peace doctrine to advocate for war, the Crusades have emerged as particularly disreputable. This is exemplified by the pervasive use of cross imagery. In the New Testament, the cross represents Christ's unequivocal rejection of violence and resistance in the face of death. However, Crusade propagandists transformed it into a symbol of obedience through the physical sacrifice of warfare, serving as a war banner and an emblem of military triumph through faith. A departing Crusaders' charter from 1096 epitomized this, proclaiming their fight for God against pagans and Saracens, and identifying themselves as Smilites Christi, or warriors of Christ. The phrase, "If anyone wishes to follow me, he must renounce himself, bear his cross, and follow me," Matthew 16:24, serves as a profound rallying call within the framework of Christ's statements in Gethsemane, Matthew 26:52-54. Sheathe your sword again. All who wield the sword shall succumb to it. Bernard of Clairvaux, Dacia 1153, the principal propagandist and recruitment agent for the Second Crusade and one of the most significant interpreters of Christian spirituality during the Middle Ages, vividly exemplifies this transformation in his works. In response to critics who denounced the Church's support of holy war as unchristian, Bernard radically reinterpreted passages from the New Testament. The epistles of St. Paul employed military metaphors to highlight the transformative essence of the new faith in opposition to the Roman world, governed by religiously endorsed military structures. We do not war after the flesh, for the weapons of our warfare are not carnal. 2 Corinthians 3:4. In the Epistle to the Ephesians, Paul elaborates on this spiritual warfare motif. Don the armor of God so that you may withstand the devil's schemes, for we do not contend against flesh and blood. Stand firm with your loins secured by truth, the breastplate of righteousness in place, and your feet equipped with the readiness of the gospel of peace, grasping the shield of faith. And don the helmet of salvation, and wield the sword of the Spirit, the Word of God. Ephesians 6:11-17. Bernard guides Paul in his treatise which endorses the establishment of the Templars, a unique form of knighthood. Engaging tirelessly in a dual struggle against both corporeal adversaries and the intangible forces of malevolence. The knight who adorns his soul with the breastplate of faith, akin to donning an iron breastplate on his body, is genuinely valiant and impervious to all threats. Knights advance with safety and repel the adversaries of the cross of Christ with resolute spirits. While similar transformations of Paul's spiritual armor date back to at least the 8th century, the reversal seems complete. The ideology of crusading may seem disingenuous in its interpretation of Scripture, if not outright deceptive. However, the paradox of holy war in the quest for principles of peace and forgiveness has a long history. The conduct and conditions of the early Church, although still a utopian paradigm, quickly diverged from the idealism and experiences of Christianity. While biblical authority continued to be a fundamental aspect of belief, literalism became intellectually and culturally unsustainable, leading to the indirect evolution of Christianity as a scriptural faith. Literally and figuratively, the foundational texts of the Old and New Testaments had to be translated so that active believers in a temporary church setting could access and maintain institutions of thought and practice. The creations. The Church Fathers, particularly Origen of Alexandria, Ambrose of Milan, Augustine of Hippo, and Pope Gregory I, devised methods to reconcile the stringent doctrine of the Beatitudes with the Greco-Roman context. A plethora of apocryphal scriptures, derivative hagiographies, legends, relic cults, and evolving traditions shaped, informed, and cultivated popular belief, while ecclesiastical and political authorities codified articles of faith, including the Nicene Creed, 325. The Church's doctrine regarding warfare exemplified this process. People interpreted the charitable texts of the New Testament advocating for forgiveness as solely relevant to individuals, not to the conduct of public authorities, to whom they could cite both Gospel and Pauline texts to demonstrate the warrant of obedience. In Jerome's Latin translation of the Bible, the Vulgate, circa 405, which became the authoritative text in medieval Western Christianity, the sole term for enemy in the New Testament is inimicus, denoting a personal adversary rather than hosts, which refers to a public enemy. Paul acknowledged that kings and those in authority safeguard the faithful in a tranquil and orderly existence, yet endorsed public violence to regulate a sinful society. The Old Testament provided ample justification for those advocating religious warfare. Conversely, too contemporary. The medieval church, excluding Christians of a biblical fundamentalist orientation, attributed significant value to the Old Testament due to its perceived historicity, moral narratives, prophecies, and foreshadowing of the New Covenant, exemplified by the 13th century stained glass windows in the nave of Chartres Cathedral, which juxtapose Old Testament scenes with their exegetical counterparts from the New Testament. Bible narratives functioned primarily on two levels, though medieval exegetes identified as many as four: the literal and the divine truth. In the Old Testament, The Israelites, as the chosen people, engage in battles for their faith and their God, who commands violence, safeguards his devoted warriors, and is described as a warrior himself. Exodus 15:3. God not only intervenes directly, but also instructs his agents to carry out specific tasks. Moses directed the Levites to slay the adherents of the golden calf, Exodus 32:26-28, and God commanded Saul to exterminate the Amalekites, including men, women, infants, and nursing children. I Samuel 15:3. Heroic warriors populate the scriptural narrative: Joshua, Gideon, David. The books of the Maccabees chronicle the Jewish battles against the Hellenic Seleucid rule and their Jewish allies in the 2nd century BC, where God's followers revere slaughter and mutilation as divine acts, sanctify their weapons, and confront their enemies with hymns and prayers. Thus, engaging in combat with their hands and invoking God in their hearts, they defeated no fewer than 35,000 and were profoundly elated by God's revelation. Maccabees 15:27-8. The crusading apologetics and polemics readily assimilated numerous Old Testament passages, particularly those related to Jerusalem, such as Psalm 79. O God, the heathen have invaded thine inheritance. They have desecrated thy holy temple. They have laid Jerusalem in ruins. However, the books of the Maccabees most prominently displayed the language of crusading. Indeed, some may interpret narratives that legitimize secular or religious warfare as a foreshadowing of Christian spiritual conflict, as understood by St. Paul and numerous medieval commentators, or relegate them to the Old Covenant rather than the New Dispensation. More challenging for Christian pacifists were the apocalyptic texts found in the New Testament. The revelation of St. John depicted a tumultuous last judgment wherein heavenly armies accompanied the word of God to adjudicate, wage war, strike nations, and trample the winepress of the fierceness and wrath of Almighty God. Revelation 19:11-15. The renowned and vivid eyewitness account of the massacre in Jerusalem on 15th of July, 1099, directly cites Revelation 14:20. The city trampled the winepress, causing blood to spill out and reach the horses' bridles. Beyond instances of divine chaos, the Bible conferred a broadly providential and specifically prophetic aspect to Christian holy war that is difficult to overstate. If we perceive wars as divine will, they function within his design, either as a replication of historical religious conflicts, or more significantly, as the realization of biblical prophecy, a preoccupation that attracted crusaders and later Oliver Cromwell. Consequently, the Christian holy war derived its fundamental components from the Bible. Divine mandate. We identify with the Israelites who are God's elect. There is a feeling of participating in events that lead to the end of the world. The historical and emotional perspective of the holy warrior encompassed both the temporal and the supernatural. The conflict was undeniably tangible, yet the objective was sublime. Nonetheless, it is challenging to comprehend how even the most aggressive interpretation of Scripture could have engendered such acceptance and subsequent endorsement of warfare without necessitating the reconciliation of Christianity with the Roman state in the 4th and 5th centuries A.D. The Bible attested to the law of God, both ancient and modern, while the Helleno-Roman tradition formulated human laws that Christian authors utilized to create a novel theoretical justification for warfare. In the 4th century B.C., Aristotle coined the term just war to characterize warfare undertaken by the state for the sake of peace. Politics 1 Nost 8 and 7:14. Roman law supplemented the notion of a just end with the just cause, arising from one party's breach of an agreement. Pax, peace, derived from the Latin term for danger, signifying the act of entering into a contract. or harm inflicted upon the other party. A legitimate authority, namely the state, must authorize the waging of a just war for defense, the reclamation of rightful property, or retribution. Cicero advocated for ethical behavior, virtue or bravery in waging a just war. Thus, Rome's external conflicts against adversaries and public foes, particularly barbarians, were just wars. Christians assumed responsibilities as exemplary citizens and participated in just wars to protect the Christian empire, following the 4th century designation of Christianity as the empire's official religion. The Roman state viewed religious adversaries and temporal foes as legitimate targets for warfare, equating pagan barbarians and heretical individuals within the empire with traitors. Nevertheless, as soon as Christian authors like Ambrose of Milan, d. 397, assimilated the Christian endorsement of warfare, drawing from the example of the Israelites with the obligations and principles of Roman citizenship, the political disintegration of the Western Empire jeopardized the entire theoretical foundation of the Christian just war doctrine. Augustine of Hippo, d. 430, addressed this dilemma by amalgamating classical and biblical concepts of holy and just war in various unsystematic passages throughout his writings to formulate general principles independent of the Christian Roman Empire. Augustine incorporated a Christian interpretation of moral virtue into the Helleno-Roman legal concepts of rightful causes and ends, emphasizing right intent and authority. From his vague remarks, 3 familiar essentials emerged. The cause can be described as defensive or aimed at reclaiming rightful possession. Legitimate authority. Right intent among participants. Consequently, war, intrinsically immoral, may foster righteousness. These characteristics constitute the foundation of traditional Christian just war theory, as articulated by Thomas Aquinas, 1225-74. Augustine did not perceive violence as an ideal, favoring the realm of the spirit over that of the flesh. He justified war by referencing the conflicts of the Old Testament. Those who engaged in warfare under God's authority did not violate the commandment prohibiting killing. Augustine was implicitly shifting the rationale for violence from legal texts to religious rites, from the secular realm to the sacred. His ambiguous integration of holy and just war, as reflected in various pseudo-Augustinian texts and commentaries, fostered a flexible conceptual framework that shaped Christian perspectives on war for over a millennium. The terminology of bellum justum gained prevalence, while the descriptions often approached bellum sacrum. This amalgamation of concepts may aptly be termed a religious war. Conflicts waged for and by the Church, exhibiting holy and just war characteristics in a versatile synthesis that permitted warfare to be legitimized as an expression of Christian vocation, subordinate only to monasticism. A just war is not inherently holy, although all holy wars are by definition. While holy wars relied on divine will, were religious acts led by clergy or divinely sanctioned authorities, and promised spiritual rewards, just wars represented a legal classification justifiable by secular necessity, conduct, and objectives yielding temporal benefits. The amalgamation of the two became emblematic of subsequent Christian formulations. In Byzantium, the Eastern Empire of Constantinople, where Rome persisted, the intertwined relationship between church and state rendered all public warfare to some extent sacred, as it was conducted in defense of religion and sanctioned by the church. Nonetheless, Byzantine warfare persisted as a secular endeavor despite its divine endorsement, unlike in late 11th century Western Europe, where it evolved into a penitential act for religious devotees. In other regions of Christendom, the monastic movement ardently upheld the principles of pacifism and emphasized the contemplative life. However, the political ascendancy of a Christianized Germanic military elite and new external dangers from non-Christians presented Christians and their church with emerging secular perspectives on warfare, emerging guardians of the faith in the early Middle Ages. War was pivotal in the culture and politics of the Germanic successor states to the Roman Empire beginning in the 5th century. The eminent German historian of the crusading mentality, Karl Erdmann, contended that warfare constituted a form of moral action, a superior mode of existence compared to peace for the emerging rulers of the West. The Christian Church, deeply involved in converting warlords, was compelled to acknowledge their values, particularly due to the disintegration of Roman civil institutions. This resulted in an economic and social order centered on the fiscal and human organization of plunder, tribute, and kinship-based warrior bands under lordship. Their deities were tribal liberators of terrestrial triumph and recompense. The early medieval army, known as the Exercitus, functioned as a crucial public institution that administered justice, patronage, political discipline, diplomacy, and communal identity ceremonies, often under the endorsement of either paganism or Christianity. The conversion of these Germanic peoples had a dual impact. It Christianized their warrior ethos and militarized the church. Modern accounts of the conversion and initial Christian monarchs of the emerging political structure are replete with martial figures reminiscent of Constantine, including Clovis the Frank, d. 511, and Oswald of Northumbria, d. 644. Conversely, narratives depicted Christian evangelists and holy figures using physical aggression as divine agents, akin to the Old Testament figure Moses. Predictably, Germanic warrior values permeated the language of the faith, albeit primarily in metaphorical expressions. The 8th century Anglo-Saxon dream of the Rood portrays Christ as the young warrior and the Lord of victories, depicting his crucifixion as a battle and heaven as akin to Valhalla. A 9th century Old German poetic rendition of the gospel narrative depicts Christ as a sovereign of humanity, a bounteous provider of mead, with his disciples portrayed as a warrior band navigating warships, and Peter as the formidable, noble swordsman. Despite vehement opposition from numerous scholars and monks, this militaristic perspective garnered substantial validation from contemporary events. Charlemagne, d. 14, King of the Franks, and, from 800, Emperor of the West, embodies the archetype of the early medieval warrior. Eulogists, official propaganda, and the Church depicted his conflicts with pagan Saxons and Avars in the context of the faith. The depiction mirrored genuine military objectives because coercive conversion was integral to his strategy for subjugating the Saxons. The Frankish Church sanctified these conflicts as holy wars through prayers, the blessings of warriors and their weapons, liturgies, and varying degrees of penance. The Church oversaw a political culture where the armed warrior increasingly garnered religious and social approval, a phenomenon vividly depicted in the lives of contemporary saints. Recognition of the positive moral and political significance of warfare began to emerge. Similar to the Roman Empire, the Carolingian Empire in the 8th and 9th centuries engaged in public warfare that was both intrinsically just and divinely sanctioned. This became increasingly evident from the mid-9th century when the fragmentation of Carolingian authority subjected Western Europe to new external assaults from Muslims, Vikings, and Magyars, imparting an urgent and dynamic character to Christian warfare's practice and theory. Within a religious community, the concepts of political and religious survival converged, replacing the crumbling political structure of the Frankish Empire with Christendom, Christianity. Pope John VIII 872-82, faced with threats from Muslims against Rome, granted penitential indulgences, absolving the sins of those who fought and perished in battle. His predecessor Leo IV, 847-855, had likewise pledged salvation to combatants against the infidels. The association of religion with warfare emerged throughout Western Europe. Monkish propagandists consistently labeled Alfred, King of Wessex, 871-99, his Danish adversaries as pagans. His commanders adorned their swords with Christian symbols and accompanied their battles with prayers and charitable donations. A Frankish monastic annalist characterized Danish assaults as affronts not to us, but to him who is omnipotent. This overt Christian militancy, fostering resistance and reinforcing communal solidarity, attracted some unexpected participants. The late 9th century portrayed Saint Benedict, circa 550, the progenitor of the principal contemplative monastic movement in Western Europe, as fighting the Vikings, with his left hand directing and shielding the cavalry, and with his right vanquishing numerous foes with his staff. We should not overstate the militarization of Western Christian culture, which existed long before the Crusades. The monastic ideal endured. Aelfric of Cerne, abbot of Eynsham, at the close of the 10th century, emphasized the monks' calling as God's champions in the spiritual battle, who combat with prayers, not swords. They are the soldiers of Christ. The 10th and 11th centuries saw a proliferation of warrior saints, or saints who had previously been warriors, but they still acknowledged the moral perils of combat. Beginning with the Carolingian penitential practices, ecclesiastical authorities differentiated between killing in a publicly sanctioned conflict termed bellum and unlawful private warfare, referred to as guerra. Combatants in the former category received less severe penances for their actions compared to those involved in the latter. Nonetheless, combat was deemed sinful, despite engaging under a papal banner for a cause regarded as just by their clergy. William of Normandy's adherents in 1066 were compelled to undertake modest penance for the carnage they wrought at the Battle of Hastings. The late 11th century revolution was characterized by the definitive transformation of actual violence into a penitential act rather than its purpose, scale, or intent. Political context and theological considerations equally shaped the evolving expression of the historically accepted notion of justifiable religious warfare, which integrated aspects of Helleno-Roman and biblical traditions. The resurgence of interest in Augustinian theory from the late 11th century was a reaction to increased ecclesiastical militancy rather than a source of inspiration. Secular influences encompassed the issues of public authority and social order following the disintegration of Charlemagne's empire in the 9th and 10th centuries. The modified dynamics of frontier conflicts with Islam, characterized by an increasingly aggressive stance from Christians from the 10th century onward, and a heightened ideological and political assertiveness of the papacy. Lay and clerical rulers, belonging to the same propertied aristocracy, shared a cultural identity underpinning all this. Bishops participated in battles, occasionally donning armor, frequently leading their military retinue, and sometimes engaging in direct combat. Similarly, numerous ruthless secular lords served as patrons of monasteries, undertook arduous and perilous pilgrimages, and passed away in monastic attire as affiliate members of religious orders. This cultural intimacy, characteristic of the early Middle Ages, became increasingly significant in the evolution of holy war as civil authority fragmented and became more reliant on the human and material resources essential for power. Private lordships, in contrast, appropriated public authority. While not as chaotic as previously believed, the evolving social conditions by the conclusion of the 10th century fostered violence as a means to resolve conflicts and fulfill more acquisitive or territorial aspirations. The negation of kingship led to a fragmentation of power in Western Francia, encompassing the area from the Rhine to the Pyrenees, resulting in a deficiency of effective public arbitration and political discipline. In these situations, to ensure protection and status, numerous clergy intentionally advocated for the obligation of violent men to safeguard the church. The warriors' actions required explicit commendation, extending beyond mere public conflicts against pagans and heretics. The need for military protection is clear in the lives of saints and monastic chronicles, which deal with people who were supposedly faithful to God, but were actually murderers who only cared about themselves. This was later used as a contrast by Crusade supporters between militia and militia. Local or regional clergy orchestrated formal proceedings to secure the physical protection and policing of their assets, demonstrating the symbiotic relationship between the church and local military aristocracies. Church councils convened throughout Aquitaine and Burgundy's duchies, extending to northern France and the Rhineland, where they declared the peace of God, beginning in the late 10th century. Armed individuals publicly pledged to safeguard those outside the military class, specifically clergy and their possessions. In the 1020s, sworn warriors identified specific weeks or months as truces of God, during which they were to halt all violence. Despite challenges to the direct influence of the peace and truce of God on the origins of crusading, the Council of Clermont in 1095 sanctioned a peace of God concurrently with the commencement of the Jerusalem campaign. The local clergy, frequently collaborating with regional counts, were not merely denouncing unlawful assaults on their interests, but actively endorsing and inciting violence to avert such actions. The Church transitioned from blessing wars for both sacred and profane causes to assuming the roles of author and director, with its warriors becoming religious votaries. The concerns of successive popes regarding the concept and implementation of holy war as a means to secure the Church's independence from secular authority challenged the German emperor's power, maintain the political autonomy of the Roman See, and reclaim the territories lost by Christendom significantly propelled this trend from the 1050s. The ethical position of individuals advocating for the papal agenda emerged as a significant element of the overarching policy, essential for garnering support and emphasizing the distinctiveness of the cause. In 1053, Leo IX, a 1048-54, personally commanding an army against the Normans in southern Italy, granted German troops remission of penance and absolution for their sins, a practice continued by his successors. The Norman invaders of Muslim Sicily, 1060, and England, 1066, along with the Milanese Patarines, street factions battling for city control against imperialists during the 1060s and 1070s, received papal banners, elevating the conflict in papal discourse to a bellum Dei, or War of God. Pope Gregory VII, 1073-85, aiming to counter the ecclesiastical authority of Emperor Henry IV, 1056-1106, in Germany, and his political aspirations in Italy, endeavored to assemble his own military force, the militia Sancti Petri, famously quoting, "Cursed be he that keepeth back his sword from blood," Jeremiah 48:10. Papal apologists began to write about an ordo pugnatorum. This warrior order fought for their salvation and the common good, closely aligning with Urban II's identified target audience in 1095. By the conclusion of his pontificate, Gregory's rhetoric elevated the status of his warriors, likening their service in defense of the Church to an emulation of Christ's suffering against those who oppose the cross of Christ. Warfare had evolved into an act of penance. Gregory VII, in 1074, proposed an unsuccessful eastern expedition to assist Byzantium, which featured numerous elements later utilized by Urban II. Gregory invoked the divine mandate in the example of Christ, the objective of Jerusalem, support for the Eastern Church as an act of charity, and the promise of an eternal reward. The only components absent were the vow, the cross, and the accompanying privileges. The papacy pushed for a broader understanding and practice of holy war. This was part of a larger change in the religious life of Western Europe in the 11th and 12th centuries. Religion went from being based on local saints and liturgies to being governed by pastoral uniformity, canon law, and international ecclesiastical discipline. The veneration of saints and their relics became increasingly widespread, simultaneously highlighting the historicity of the gospel narratives, the humanity of Christ, and the cult of the Virgin Mary, which began to prevail in church dedications throughout Christendom. Complex Easter rituals that emphasize Christ's suffering for our salvation, along with a greater focus on the Christocentric parts of the Mass, like the real presence, and the use of crucifixes, made sure that images of the Holy Land, Christ's pain, and Christian duty went beyond what the Pope could say. The growing prominence of international or biblical saints mirrored concerns regarding salvation that the novel understanding of war directly confronted. The perceived celestial influence of saints has historically contributed to their popularity, prompting their guardians to vigorously promote local shrines and receive reciprocal offerings of alms and property from the faithful. Penance became a pressing concern for laypeople due to the rudimentary methods available for them to achieve remission of sin's penalties. Ironically, the issue may have seemed particularly severe for non-professional arms bearers due to the intense ecclesiastical examination and endorsement of their role. According to monastic charters and chronicles, penitential warfare fulfilled a sincere desire for sin expiation. The First Crusade garnered enthusiastic acclaim as a novel means of salvation for the martial elite. In addition to donating to monasteries for monks to pray for their souls, lay people in the 11th century increasingly engaged in pilgrimages, endorsed by the clergy, as a method of sin expiation, with Jerusalem being particularly significant in practice and imagination. Religious wars, especially against distant adversaries like infidels, were psychologically, if not legally, analogous to pilgrimages, as both involved journeys undertaken for God and served as a potent spiritual metaphor. In his 1074 plan, Gregory VII mentioned proceeding to the Holy Sepulchre, indicating a synthesis of warfare to assist Eastern Christians and pilgrimage. Urban II reiterated this theme in 1089 when he granted indulgences to those colonizing Tarragona on the Muslim frontier in Spain. The peasants who assaulted Mahdia in Tunisia in 1087 were en route to a pilgrimage in Rome. Urban II advocated the notion of an armed pilgrimage, which provides a familiar framework for a new secular form of penance. Nonetheless, issues persist regarding this interpretation of Urban's framework. Armed pilgrimages to Jerusalem occurred before 1095, notably a contingent of armed German pilgrims donned crosses in 1064. Urban did not mention pilgrimage in his correspondence from 1095 to 1096. Instead, he referred to a military expedition that sought to restrain the savagery of the Saracens by their arms. The characterization of the conflict in Jerusalem as a pilgrimage surfaced during the recruitment phase, likely originating from the clergy tasked with disseminating the message and clarifying the Crusaders' motives while compiling fundraising records. Canonically, we most accurately interpret Urban's penitential journey as a pilgrimage, emphasizing its spiritual essence. The Pope's rhetoric and numerous charters were unequivocal, advocating for the forceful removal of infidels from sacred sites to combat for God against pagans and Saracens, as articulated in a Burgundian charter. Urban's letters, filled with depictions of infidel atrocities, brutality, and violence, emphasized the legitimacy of the war through the rightful authority of the Pope and the righteous intent of devotion alone, aiming to ease any discomfort associated with such an overt call to arms. Initial reactions, exemplified by the Rhineland massacres, underscored the prominence of violence in the endeavor. Many historians focus on the religious reasons why Crusaders did what they did, which may hide the direct link between piety and violence that many important church leaders actively pushed. These mentalities were linked to serving Christ as physical punishment, the dangers of war as a reflection of Christ's sufferings, and war as an act of kindness. In confronting a violent society, Urban, a French aristocrat and former monk, did not acquiesce to its values. He and his ideology were integral. Charters offer equal evidence for martial and pious reactions to the First Crusade. Despite the limited references to pilgrimage in the Crusaders' correspondence during their campaigns, the connection became pervasive by 1099 and beyond. The plenary indulgences and the exalted objective of the Holy Sepulchre distinguish the Jerusalem journey as a sacred conflict, transcendent, spiritual, and emotive. Considering its declared aim of reaching Jerusalem, an armed pilgrimage might have appeared as a fitting analogy to ecclesiastical observers who were apprehensive of both blatant innovation and unchecked violence. The Jerusalem journey necessitated integration into the established framework of devotional practices only after it became habitual. Urban appeared to regard the operation as singular and irreplicable. He publicly advocated it as a holy war rather than an armed pilgrimage, presenting a novel interpretation of a long-standing concept. Western Christianity did not possess a monopoly on holy war. The Byzantine Empire maintained the Roman unity of church and state, which enabled all state conflicts to receive ecclesiastical blessings. Especially when confronting pagan Slavs in Bulgaria or Muslims in the Near East, Greek emperors presented themselves as champions of the church. The rhetoric of the Byzantine Holy War could incorporate well-known Western themes without disrupting the practical aspects of diplomacy. John the Tzimisces, 969-76, demonstrated this in 975 when he invaded Syria and northern Palestine. His propaganda may have suggested the potential for reclaiming the holy sites of Jerusalem. The Byzantine Holy War was an essential aspect of public policy, but it never became associated with violence as a form of penance. The Byzantine Holy War lacked its Western counterpart's novelty and political and spiritual autonomous dynamism. Consequently, some Greek observers, including Anna Komnena, 1083-53, the daughter and biographer of Emperor Alexius Thus, expressed a slightly jaded, condescending superiority toward the enthusiasm of the early Crusaders. On the other hand, people often compare the Muslim jihad to the Crusades and the Western Christian Holy War. Unlike the Crusade, Islamic law, originating from the Quran, mandates all members of the Muslim community to participate in jihad or struggle. Unlike the Crusade, classical Islamic theory rooted in the 7th and 8th centuries but possibly developed later, distinguishes between two forms of jihad. The greater, al-jihad al-akbar, a concept akin to St. Paul's martial metaphors for the spiritual life, and the lesser, al-jihad al-asgar, a military struggle against infidels. The former was a permanent individual obligation, while the latter was a communal activity. and non-disabled Muslims were required to participate in both. Unlike the Crusade and Christian Holy War, to which the Islamic jihad appears to have owed nothing, and vice versa, jihad was a sixth pillar of the Muslim faith. As a spiritual exercise, the essence of jihad persisted. Its operation was contingent upon the context. Early Islamic texts guaranteed grudging religious tolerance to the people of the Book, Jews, and Christians in the Muslim lands, the Dar al-Islam, House of Islam. They were more likely to pay a special poll tax, the jizya, than face persecution or forced conversion. Despite the assertions of modern sentimentalists and apologists, pragmatism primarily founded this tolerance. Conversely, the Dar al-Harb, House of War, rendered non-Muslim political structures and individuals susceptible to attack when they were not under Islamic rule. This was due to the Quranic theory, which mandated that the entire world must either recognize or embrace Islam, which represents the submission to God through conversion or subjugation. Circumstances, theory, and Christian holy war determined the nature and conduct of the mujahideen during jihad. In frontier regions such as Spain or Anatolia, Ghazi or mujahideen, holy warriors flourished as mercenaries within tribal groups or in the military ribats of Muslim Spain, communities that are quasi-monastic. The Seljuk Turks, inspired by the enthusiasm of their new converts, provided a new impetus to the jihad along the border with Byzantium. Nevertheless, the Muslim Near East paid little attention to martial jihad, as opposed to spiritual jihad before the spiritual revival of the 12th century. Whether the new military fanaticism espoused by the 12th century Zengids and Ayyubids was influenced by the Crusaders' arrival or fundamentalist revivalism that originated in the East is uncertain. In subsequent eras, the Ottomans' dominance and the lingering uncertainty regarding the existence of a genuine Dar al-Islam complicated attitudes toward jihad. Nevertheless, it is impossible to directly compare the genesis, nature, and implementation of jihad with those of the Crusade, as it operates within a distinct ideological and religious value system with distinct inspirations and justifications. Despite its potential to inspire, the physical consequences of jihad can be just as brutal for its victims and obsessive for its initiates. Following 1095, the Holy War, the Crusade, and Christian society emerged. The malleable contingency of its concept and practice guaranteed the Crusades' popularity and longevity in medieval Christendom. The principle of equivalence allowed the implementation of the vow, the cross, full forgiveness, and temporary benefits, all distinctive to the Jerusalem journey in other locations where there was a religious and ecclesiastical conflict. The locations included the Baltic, Spain, enemies of the papacy within the Church, and heretics. The success of 1099 silenced most critics and set the standard for future behavior. God's command to wage holy war significantly bolstered the papacy's arsenal and resulted in a spiritual reward. We could illustrate the special gravity of the event or the papal favor it received by comparing it to the Jerusalem War. Nevertheless, the Jerusalem model had a limited impact on canon law and did not serve as the sole or universal form of Christian holy war. The most profound and enduring innovation of the 12th and 13th centuries was the establishment of military religious orders, which embodied the oxymoronic nature of Christian holy war. These orders' members became permanent professional holy warriors, a unique phenomenon in Christian society. The Crusade, a holy war, did not conform to the categories for just war elaborately outlined in the Decretum, originally composed in 1139 and subsequently expanded in 1158. typically attributed to Gratian of Bologna. The legal implications of the Crusades' privileges were distinct from academic endeavors to define and restrict warfare and the experience of battles of the cross-cross. In frontier regions on Christendom's northern and southern borders, where traditions of intercommunal and interfaith conflicts readily merged, holy war offered a natural recourse, particularly away from the Curia. Similar cultural sentiments motivated its acceptance, much like crusading, but the Jerusalem War did not solely determine it. Saxo Grammaticus, c. on 1200, a Danish writer, meticulously depicted his heroes in the Danish wars against their neighbors in terms of both crusades and holy war. His employer, Archbishop Absalom of Lund, dated 1202, believed it was no less religious to repulse the enemies of public faith than to uphold its ceremonies. He was content to make an offering to God not of prayers, but of arms. In Spain, the Reconquista was becoming increasingly associated with holy war, which resulted in the granting of formal crusading privileges. As early as the year C, a northern Spanish chronicle described the apostle Saint James, the patron saint, as the Knight of Christ, 1115. Even though the long history of holy war inspired a significant amount of Christian warfare, lawyers and academics maintained an interest in the Jerusalem War and its subsequent developments. Rather than relying solely on divine command and the personal devotional standards of those who participated, they sought to incorporate the crusade into a broader canonical justification for violence, as the justifications for the First and Second Crusades indicated. The crusade was an ill-defined legal concept until the 13th century, and arguably beyond. Fusion with classical and Augustinian just war was evident in instances where Christian war coincided with classical just war categories such as the defense of Outre-mer, the heritage of Christ, national defense, or the suppression of heretics. In the temporal sphere, as crusade targets began to diversify around 1200, clerics found it necessary to create a comprehensive set of legal conditions that determined the legitimacy of warfare. Simultaneously, secular attitudes toward violence coalesced into social norms, as evidenced by the cult of chivalry. The Church had to define it clearly. The war did not become sinful, as it gained more respectability, especially when Innocent III and his successors transformed crusading into a universal Christian obligation that involved all of society. Consequently, the Church war, rather than specifically crusading, was tempered by theories of the just war as a component of the pastoral reformation within the Western Church. In fact, the mid-13th century canonist Hostiensis nearly defined a crusade as a papally authorized just war. In the Tree of Battles, 1387, Honoré Bonnet or Bouvet addressed the inquiry, "By what law or on what ground can one make war against the Saracens?" By the conclusion of the 14th century. In the Tree of Battles, 1387, Honoré Bonnet or Bouvet provided traditional arguments solely based on a just cause, rebellion against Christian rule and papal authority or occupation of Christian land. This approach reintegrated the crusade into a distinctive Western European concept of legitimate violence, drawing inspiration from holy war and incorporating its legality, rules, and restraints, if any, from classical just war theory. Consequently, the language, motifs, and institutions of crusading found their way into conflicts that lacked a formal framework. For example, national armies adopted crosses as symbols, including the Danes in the 1200s and the English in the 14th century. Even under the most contradictory circumstances, the symbols and habits of crusading were so widespread that they could influence any political conflict with an ideological undertone. In 1240, papal crusaders presented crosses to their adversaries in southern Germany. In 1263-5, Simon de Montfort's rebels donned the white crusader crosses of the English kings, a tradition that had been in place since the Third Crusade, to defend royalist crusaders during his uprising against what he perceived as the misgovernment of Henry III of England. The Crusades' emphasis on holy war contributed to the widespread Western European practice of warring parties of various descriptions invoking self-righteous religiosity in support of their cause. The 17th century exported this habit to European settlements worldwide, and it continues to be prevalent in the 21st century. In medieval Western Europe, crusading was the ultimate expression of conviction politics, establishing a narrow cultural and religious exclusivity, irrespective of its legal framework. In October 1147, the Crusaders sacked Lisbon and murdered the local Mozarab Christian bishop, as well as his Arabic-speaking Muslim neighbors. They then installed an Englishman, Gilbert of Hastings, as the new bishop. Widely recognized was the Latin Church hierarch's failure to collaborate or merge with the upper echelons of the Eastern churches in Greece or the Mediterranean. Crusading rhetoric often reflected a literary genre and worldview that fostered a siege mentality, a form of cultural paranoia that frequently lurked beneath the surface of assertiveness, despite the inherent nature of all holy wars. The demonization of opponents reached extreme levels. Racism and intolerance toward minorities were not the result of the Crusades. In fact, the centuries following the primary conquest by warriors of the cross resulted in a deepening of legal, linguistic, cultural, and blood racism in both the Baltic and Spain. Nevertheless, crusading was instrumental in the development of a persecuting mentality during anti-Jewish pogroms and wars against heretics and dissenters. This mentality of persecution was an almost inevitable outcome of a church that prioritized supremacy and uniformity to achieve its pastoral objectives, as well as secular rulers who sought ideological validation for their wars. Holy war addressed fundamental issues of Christian identity, frequently proclaiming that Christian survival and its elements remained embedded in European society. This gave Latin Christendom a significant advantage in its expansion to the south, east, and north. Crusading formulae were natural appendages for expanding European power down the west coast of Africa and into the eastern Atlantic in the 15th century, as they were in the religious wars, in Bohemia, and in defense against the Turks. However, the crusading habit did not survive well. The Ottomans maintained the images and occasionally the reality of the War of the Cross throughout the 16th century and beyond. Simultaneously, the internal religious divisions in Europe initiated a period of religious wars that were no less brutal in terms of commitment and slaughter than those that had occurred in previous centuries. Contrary to the assertions of certain historians, the Crusades did not define Christianity's fondness for holy war. The Crusades were the sole manifestation of Christian holy war, and their origins predate 1095. Despite this, their legacy has persisted. Although the era is purportedly more secular, self-righteous, ideologically justified warfare endures. In the context of justifying moralities, the contemporary world has embraced ideological, religious, and pseudo-religious violence, as well as racist, nationalist, and anti-Semitic pogroms on an industrial scale, with varying degrees of horror and energy. The moral high ground of the 21st century, whether it is veiled by the banners of religion, reason, capitalism, or freedom, remains pockmarked with the rank shell holes of holy war. The act of crusading was not spontaneous. A sudden collective convulsion of a crowd or an individual rush of conviction may prompt the initial act of commitment, the adoption of the cross. Nevertheless, the transformation of this obligation into action was contingent upon the preparation and planning of personal, political, social, financial, and economic factors, resulting in the establishment of widely dispersed legal and fiscal institutions. No crusade is possible without a cross, just as there is no crusade without money, a group, leadership, or transportation. This may seem simplistic. Piety, and what one may perceive as religious energy, facilitate an explanation of motive and campaign morale. It is challenging to motivate armies to fight and die without reason, without an internal dynamic that acts beyond reason to propel warriors over the top, or maintain their position, even though they may march on their stomachs. It is impossible to initiate a war, regardless of whether it is a crusade, without the organization and manipulation of recruitment, finance, logistics, military structure, and ideas, despite the immense passion in the universe. Preaching illustrates this, providing some of the most well-known images of crusading. A preacher who arrives in a town or village with a knapsack of crosses, a promise of salvation, a call to battle, and a tale of disaster converts his audience solely through his eloquence and fervor. Urban II at Clermont provided the prototype, with Christ and John the Baptist as imagined models. Such scenes punctuate the history of the Crusades. The inspirational Bernard of Clairvaux on the hillside at Vézelay in 1146, the prosaic Archbishop Baldwin of Canterbury stomping around Wales in 1188, the charismatic Fulk of Neuilly stirring up northern France around 1200, and the sophisticated James of Vitry beguiling the rich women of Genoa in 1216. However, preaching was effective within the confines of highly structured information and recruitment programs, in which the sermon served as a focal point. Chroniclers and preachers idealize the process as a flawless evangelistic system that directly engaged the faithful with the orthodox teaching of the Church and served as a useful starting point for a didactic narrative. The Crusade sermon was one of the most prominent ceremonial rituals in a semi-literate society, and it served as a potent medium for communicating public messages. However, understanding the significance of these rituals, whether through long-term use like the Latin Mass, prior publicity or rehearsal, was crucial before achieving any effect. The crusade preacher expected to address the prepared, not the converted, and confirm their interest through a series of formulaic responses, the most obvious being the taking of the cross. Crusade preachers provided cloth crosses for the crucissignati and used rolls of parchment to inscribe the recruits' names. When Louis IX took the cross for the second time in 1267, many individuals declined to emulate his actions, likely due to a lack of preparation. Chronicle accounts continue to serve as the primary source of evidence for crusade sermons that occurred before the late 12th century. These accounts imply that sermons were only consistent and widespread after the Third Crusade. The frequency of crusade preaching increased, and its organization by the papacy became more systematic, as the use of crusading as a military weapon and its integration into the broader devotional life of the Christian West increased. Innocent III employed Cistercians for the Fourth Crusade and a corps of Paris-trained reformers, including James of Vitry, for the Albigensian and Fifth Crusades. The friars were the primary crusade proselytizers under his successors beginning in the 1230s. Curiously, the number of sermons had the opposite effect on their ability to recruit individuals following Innocent III's bull Quia Maior, 1213, for the Fifth Crusade. This was because they informed individuals not actively engaged in combat about the uniquely redeeming nature of the plenary crusade indulgence. Crusade preaching became more prevalent as a component of broader evangelization. Sermons continued to advocate for a specific spiritual pursuit and dedication, but their role expanded to encompass recruitment and fundraising. The Crusade sermons adhered to specific patterns of form and presentation to guarantee the unique outcome of this ritual, which was the physical commitment of taking the cross. The congregation could not remain in a state of passiveness, as it was a contemporary evangelical and revivalist meeting. The congregation was required to come on down, which entailed establishing expectations and setting an example. Careful stage management is necessary to convey meaning and prevent absurdity and audience disbelief in all rituals characterized by their layers of intent and lack of regularity. Urban II was meticulous in his preparation at Clermont, ensuring that Adhemar, the bishop of Le Puy, immediately ascended to demonstrate the proper method of taking the cross to the rest of the congregation. Meanwhile, a cardinal in the back row established the chant, "God wills it," to foster a sense of collective engagement. Clermont, like all other assemblies that witnessed the great arias of Crusade rhetoric over the next 5 centuries, was not assembled by chance, but rather through meticulous planning. Louis VII had expressed his interest in the Holy Land campaign months prior and was already wearing a cross that the Pope had sent him, clearly indicating the occasion's purpose. Bernard of Clairvaux did not bring the nobility of France together by accident in 1146 at Vézelay. He had brought a parcel of crosses prepared beforehand. Bernard's task included disseminating the papal bull, which clarified the necessity for war, the spiritual and temporal privileges, and reassuring recruits. He concentrated on emphasizing the issues and obtaining responses previously agreed upon during his sermons in 1146-7, which became the standard approach. During his tour of Wales in Lent, 1188, Archbishop Baldwin's audiences were aware of his arrival's precise time and location and the appropriate course of action. In 1201, the crowds at Basel were prepared in their hearts to enlist in Christ's camp due to rumors of crusade preaching. Yet the author of this account went to enormous lengths to portray Martin's sermon as autonomously inspirational, despite his own testimony. He was eagerly anticipating an exhortation of this nature. To reinforce the rhetoric, they implemented an extensive array of manipulative strategies. Visual aids, crucifixes, and relics of the true cross comprised the props. In 1188, preachers of the Third Crusade would travel with a large illustrated canvas depicting a Muslim cavalryman trampling the Holy Sepulchre on which his horse had urinated. A Muslim contemporary described this. Although congregations had become accustomed to special prayers and processions dedicated to the Holy Land and ceremonies for taking the cross, there were still no liturgical formularies for responses to sermons by the 13th century. The congregation required guidance during this ritual of penance and dedication. The church calendar seasons frequently assisted the congregation, enabling them to deliver crusade sermons during the penitential seasons of Lent or Advent, at the major Christocentric festivals of Easter and Christmas, or on Holy Cross Day on 14th September. An additional source of assistance was the compelling liturgical setting, which frequently emphasized the physicality of the body and blood of Christ during the Mass. Chants and slogans, reminiscent of football crowds meeting Billy Graham in a religious circus, captivated and mellowed the audience. The clergy and laity sang hymns about Jerusalem to get everyone in the mood when Cardinal Henry of Albano preached in Germany in 1188. Crucis Ignati sang songs or chanted together to promote corporate identity, or recited the general confession from the Mass to emphasize the penitential nature of their endeavor after signing up. They did not rely exclusively on oratory or a chance to convince audiences of that. James of Vitry observed that it was an effective method of encouraging others to prompt a member of the audience to take the cross at the end of the sermon, breaking the ice and demonstrating the process similar to Adhemar of Le Puy at Clermont. Under the guidance of Archbishop Baldwin, the Chief Justice of England, and King Henry II, Gerald of Wales stood up first to take the cross at Radnor in March 1188. The primate was not the world's most inspirational evangelist, and by doing so, he provided strong encouragement to the others and an added incentive to the story they had just told. Admiring written accounts indicate that crusade preaching campaigns were often accompanied by sightings of miracles, sometimes as simple as clouds that appeared to be shaped like crosses in the eyes of the beholders, a natural accompaniment to such overt religious exercises. Showmanship, planning, and calculation principles underpinned the entire operation. This highly artistic, ritualized staging utilized the content of sermons. Preachers frequently invoked the pertinent papal bull to rehearse historical events and elucidate the justification for war based on moral obligation and avenging atrocities. A common literary and potentially authentic experience described how the uncomprehending audience understood the emotions, not the actual preached words, through divine rather than oral mediation. The preacher's words, particularly when delivered in Latin to large crowds, frequently appeared distant, inaudible, or unintelligible as a direct form of communication, a phenomenon similar to that of William Gladstone during his mass meetings in the late 19th century. The event was as significant as any words. Medieval sermons exposed the divine mystery and spiritual, political, or social dialogue settings. During the 13th century, sermon attendees received indulgences, regardless of their acceptance of the cross, to demonstrate the religious ceremonial function. Rather than energizing the audience, these sermons institutionalized enthusiasm. The survival of morally edifying vernacular anecdotes, exemplar, the advice in increasingly popular 13th century preaching manuals, and the repeated references to interpreters all suggest that there were attempts to communicate in the audience's languages and in Latin. Despite the typically complex and academic nature of the preserved sermons, certain preaching veterans emphasized the importance of simplicity. Others emphasized the significance of oratorical techniques, such as the repetition of almost mantra-like phrases or the inclusion of compelling moral stories to illustrate the concepts of duty, adventure, and salvation. The Crusade sermons embodied a significant portion of the new reformist idealism associated with Innocent III's pontificate by combining symbolic spiritual commitment with public church evangelism. Preachers began to consider the cross as a form of conversion, a complete amendment to spiritual life comparable to becoming a monk, albeit less permanent. The Crusade sermon's combination of direct appeal to the laity, penance, confession, and duty to Christ touched the majority of the key elements of the Reformers' program. However, these ceremonies also played a critical role in political processes, including the pacification of kingdoms. Monarchs could utilize them to establish their status and garner public demonstrations of support from their nobles, as evidenced by the following. Louis VII of France at Vézelay on Easter 1146, Conrad III of Germany at Speyer on Christmas 1146, and Frederick V of Germany at the Court of Christ in Mainz, where he took the cross in March 1188. In January 1188, at the Gaizos Conference between Philip V of France and Henry II of England, the necessity of forming a united front to reclaim the Holy Land facilitated the reconciliation of their suspicious rivals. The cross could conceal and seal diplomatic compromise. However, despite its prominence, the Crusade sermon served a series of functions largely subordinate to the broader crusading organization, whether as a form of evangelism, diplomacy, or a means of raising money and men. Preachers' congregations did not limit recruitment. Local congregations independently conducted ceremonies for taking the cross. Nevertheless, sermons facilitated a degree of discipline in terms of individuals, responses, and ideas, which is becoming increasingly appealing to a church that is increasingly focused on the uniformity of belief and devotional practice. Crusading armies established themselves like any other entity through loyalty, incentive, and cash. They maintained and operated through ties of lordship, clientage, sworn association, or legal coercion in the case of defaulters. These mechanisms were essential in establishing coherence and order without clear overlords, as was the case during the First and Fourth Crusades. The recruitment process focused on the households and communities of urban elites, lords, knights, and princes. Only the social status of its leaders and the proportion of knights to infantry and potentially non-combatants distinguished the misnamed Peasants' Crusade of Peter the Hermit in 1096 from other significant expeditions. In a society where servile tenure bound most of the population to landlords in many regions, only free men legitimately took the cross. Serfs who did so were ipso facto manumitted. The Crusaders established their own bond of allegiance when there was no pre-existing one during the campaign. Peter the Hermit endowed his expedition with a shared treasury in 1096. By the time the Christian host arrived in Antioch in 1097-8, the leaders of the various contingents had established a joint command and a common fund. A sworn confraternity channeled money through this fund-to-fund essential construction work for the siege. Knights and lords could purchase loyalty, which they would transfer when their own lords died, deserted, or went bankrupt. King involvement, as in the Second and Third Crusades, did not absolve individual lords of responsibility for their followers, even if they received monarchy subsidies. Like their contemporaries in towns throughout Europe, Crusaders resorted to sworn associations known as communes when lordship was at risk of collapse, or no clear order of precedence existed. These communes implemented discipline, resolved disputes, distributed spoils, and established decision-making procedures. This decidedly non-feudal system of self-government became ubiquitous. From the disparate North Sea fleet that assembled at Dartmouth in May 1147, and subsequently assisted in the capture of Lisbon to individual ship companies from northern European cities in the Third Crusade, and the leadership of the Fourth Crusade. The Fifth Crusade at Damietta failed to establish a sworn commune or an agreed-upon leader. In 1147, local seigneurial bands united to conduct the lord's business in specific regions of France, where such associations also operated. Occasionally, these arrangements were unsuccessful. In 1147, Louis VII and his captains violated the regulations they had pledged to uphold before departing France for the Second Crusade. Months later, they established another sworn commune to accept the Templars' leadership and discipline and prevent the French army from annihilating Asia Minor. Communal leadership did not preclude the military requirement for a clear command structure. Simon de Montfort's election as its commander in 1209 prevented the Albigensian Crusade from descending into a brief period of rampage and pillage. Access to finance is indispensable. Poverty was the most frequently cited reason for the vows' non-fulfillment by backsliders in England around 1200. The earliest Crusade bull, known as the Quantum Predecessors 1145-6, and its most significant successors Audita Tremendi 1187 and Quia Maior 1213, prominently featured rules for borrowing money. This is no accident. A substantial amount of the evidence regarding the identities and circumstances of individual crusaders is derived from their land deals, primarily employed to secure funds from their landed estates and property, typically from the church. On numerous occasions, the church's crusading cost represented a landowner's annual income. The leadership of the First Crusade in 1097 agreed to pledge fealty to the Byzantine emperor due to the necessity of money. It impeded the Fourth Crusade to Constantinople, 1203-4, and Zara, 1202. Richard I was able to dominate the Palestine War of 1191-2 during the Third Crusade due to the money. On the other hand, Cardinal Pelagius influenced decisions at Damietta during the Fifth Crusade in 1219-21 by controlling the funds raised by church taxes. Chroniclers frequently bemoaned the unfairness of local markets and the exorbitant prices from the Balkans to Syria, even though foraging enabled land armies to survive. In the case of sea transport, the capital expenditure could be vast. Philip II's assurance to the Genoese of 5,950 silver marks to transport his army to the Holy Land in 1190, during the Third Crusade, appears exceedingly modest in comparison to Richard III's expenditure of $14,000, approximately 21,000 marks, on his substantial foot, alone in advance. Unsurprisingly, Richard needed to extort 40,000 gold ounces from Tancred of Sicily during the winter of 1191. The Fourth Crusade leadership's substantial commitment of 85,000 marks to Venice was nearly equivalent to a king's ransom. Richard III's total was 100,000 marks in 1194. However, it paled in comparison to Louis IX's estimated expenditure of 1.5 million livres tournois on his First Crusade, which was 6 times his annual income. When discussing finances, people frequently point to poverty and younger sons. Crusading was exceedingly costly. Without royal or ecclesiastical subsidies, individuals had to raise funds by selling or mortgaging property, often at exorbitant hidden interest rates. The cliché of medieval history portrays individuals striving to increase their property at any given opportunity, except crusaders who, it seems, faced a temporary or potentially permanent loss for their families. Given that most crusaders desired, if not anticipated, to return and had little interest in permanent emigration, it is challenging to determine the extent to which crude material profit, in the contemporary sense, was a factor in their motivations. Rather, they were satisfied with the apparent tangible benefits of social status, salvation, and relics. When one considers that the proliferation of patrilinear inheritance rules, which stipulated that only the eldest son could inherit, compelled younger sons to leave the West, the distinction between crusaders and settlers becomes even more pronounced. Although it is feasible that the scarcity of opportunities in their homelands may have motivated settlers to relocate to Syria, particularly in the Baltic regions, crusaders still need more opportunities. Finance necessitated the manning of armies by individuals who either possessed or anticipated patrimonies or possessed marketable skills, such as the numerous artisans documented in crusade forces. Legal freedom did not necessarily equate to economic liberation for the foot soldiers. The sources indicate that propertied families conducted the Crusades without distinguishing between inheritance claims, eldest sons, powerful lords, younger siblings, and dependent relatives. At least among aristocrats, emigration may favor those lacking high expectations at home. However, given the need for a more comprehensive statistical base of known individual immigrants to Syria, Iberia, or the Baltic, we must consider this a plausible guess. People relocated from Italy, France, Germany, and England to the Celtic, Slavic, Finno-Ugrian, Greek, and Arabic borders during the 12th and 13th centuries. One potential explanation is that Western inheritance customs contributed to this phenomenon by making estates too simple to divide or by excluding younger sons from the inheritance. Nevertheless, the evidence indicates that this model cannot explain the distinctive phenomenon of crusading, as the Crusaders were not intentional or even accidental settlers. Until recently, it was widely believed that the Crusade armies were the primary source of immigration into Frankish Outremer. However, we no longer consider this assumption credible or accurate. It never extended to settlement in the Baltic or Iberia, where civilian settlement preceded military conquest. The mercenary crusader and his younger son must recede into the background of serious historical debate despite their individual existence as general defining types. Changes in crusade funding during the 13th century fundamentally altered the foundation of participation and organization. All Christians increasingly perceive the cross as a responsibility, necessitating the participation of all believers. However, the realization of this principle came only with the introduction of economic exploitation and the establishment of secular and ecclesiastical political authority. The decision to impose taxes on crusading was deliberate. In 1096, King William II Rufus of England, the brother of Duke Robert of Normandy, imposed a substantial land tax in England to secure the 10,000 marks required to mortgage the duchy for 3 years. Louis VII of France may have solicited funds from the church, possibly from towns within the royal domain, during the years 1146 or 7. In 1166 and 1185, the kings of England and France imposed general but modest taxes of 1 and 0.4% on revenues, property, and movables, profits, in response to diplomatic pressure. The defeat at Hattin and the loss of Jerusalem in 1187 prompted the radical innovation of the Saladin tithe of 1188 in England and France. Non-Crusade signati paid this tithe, which represented 1/10 of the value of movables. The collection was once again under the control of secular rulers. Henry II, who was consistently enthusiastic about exploring novel financial transactions, achieved some success. However, opposition forced Philip II to discontinue collection in 1189. Germany, which had no direct royal taxation history, did not implement any such levy. The exact amount that Henry II collected from the Saladin tithe and the amount he spent on the crusade is still uncertain. However, the tax structure served as a model for consensual and parliamentary grants in the following century. Nevertheless, secular powers were subject to the whims of secular politics and customs concerning their taxation. In France, the obligation to fund a lord's crusade combined the 3 traditional feudal aids of ransom, the eldest son's knighting, and the eldest daughter's marriage. England introduced government crusade taxation only in the years preceding Lord Edward's crusade of 1271-2, which led to a parliamentary grant in 1270. In the 1240s, Louis IX of France also allocated substantial sums from royal revenues to the crusade. However, a grant from church taxes funded 2/3 of Louis IX's estimated expenses, preventing him from relying solely on his own resources. The church authorities revolutionized crusade funding by directly raising funds from ecclesiastical revenues. In 1199, Innocent III attempted to establish it but was unsuccessful. This was in response to the decree ad liberandum of the Fourth Lateran Council in 1215, which authorized the allocation of 1/20 of church income for 3 years to the Fifth Crusade. Consequently, all significant crusade enterprises pursued comparable ecclesiastical taxes, frequently to the chagrin of local church leaders. The institutionalized formal incorporation of the Church's crusading operations matched the newly articulated ideology of Christendom's universal involvement in the Lord's War. the Church established mechanisms between 1187 and 1215 that allowed pious laypeople to permanently donate funds for the crusade through charitable giving, gifts and alms, legacies, and, beginning in 1213, vow redemptions, in addition to ecclesiastical taxation. As some historians have stated, the offer of cash to cancel crusade vows in exchange for indulgences was not a mercenary use of a corrupt idea. Instead, it served as a part of the Church's efforts to evangelize the laity by implementing a wider range of penitential exercises, a practice similar to the mandatory oral confession imposed in 1215. Preachers began advocating for cash vow redemptions, and parish churches throughout Christendom installed chests designated for crusade donations. Certain observers elicited a healthy sense of cynicism, allegedly reserving this practice for mendicant friars. Individuals began to market crusade indulgences in the 14th century, circumventing the requirement to bear the cross. These actions expanded the social acceptance of crusading and its indulgence to encompass the elderly, the infirm, the less affluent, and women. The Church administered the funds collected from taxation, donations, legacies, and redemptions, resulting in a series of cash deposits aspiring crusaders eagerly sought. Local collectors were responsible for collecting the funds. The cross' primary objective after 1215 was to oversee and dispose of these ecclesiastically generated or held funds, which directly impacted the recruitment of crusades to the east. Sea transport and independent church funding prompted a more professional approach to assembling armies, with written contracts and cash retainers playing a more evident role. As a result, Cardinal Ugolino of Ostia, who would later become Pope Gregory IX, 1227–41, toured northern Italy in 1221, recruiting crusade recruits for the Church who had not previously taken the cross. The contracts between crusaders stipulate the payment for numerous soldiers who survived the 1240s. Richard of Cornwall intended to finance a significant portion of his crusade in 1240–1 through the proceeds of vow redemptions. The crusade of 1271–2, funded by lay and clerical subsidies, has been characterized as possibly the first English military force to be systematically organized through the use of written contracts, with standard terms available for service. The contrasting outcomes of two of the most well-equipped expeditions to the east, Frederick of Germany's in 1189 and Louis IX's in 1249, illustrate the unity central funding could foster. Frederick's drowning in 1190 caused the force to disintegrate, leaving his followers responsible for covering their expenses. Before he departed from France in 1248 and during the 1249–50 campaign, Louis IX dedicated much time to pursuing nobles who were not his vassals, such as the chronicler John of Joinville, to engage in his paid service. Despite the Nile Delta debacle in 1250, Louis's resources were able to maintain the unity of his disbanded army. Ironically, the more efficient exploitation of resources in many Western kingdoms ultimately impeded the crusade by prioritizing national or dynastic self-interest over international stability. It also altered the perception of the most effective method of conducting crusading. In a never-implemented piece of advice, Marino Sanudo, a Venetian of the early 14th century, asserted that professional forces paid from Central Church funds should conduct any initial attacks on Mamluk Egypt instead of the Crucis Ignati. He believed that this would guarantee a more efficient military outcome. The apogee and nadir of an alternative institutional method of funding and recruitment occurred in the century following 1215. Over an extended period, the military orders guaranteed a consistent workforce and a consistent flow of funds from their estates in the West. The orders had received generous donations of land and property from pious donors since the 1130s, which helped subsidize their activities in the Holy Land and other regions. They increasingly took on the responsibility of defending the Latin states of Outremer and acted as financial advisors to visiting crusaders. Strategic frontier defenses were the responsibility of both local and international orders in Spain. Military orders resolved the sporadic, transient, and underfunded lay crusades in the Baltic, prompting the Teutonic Knights to create their own states in Prussia and Livonia. Nevertheless, the evacuation of the Holy Land in 1291 prompted a widespread introspection regarding the order's role and the utilization of their substantial wealth. This debate directly contributed to the persecution and suppression of the Templars between 1307 and 1314 on fabricated charges of heresy, corruption, and sodomy. Additionally, it resulted in the relocation of the Teutonic Knights' headquarters to Marienburg in 1309 and the Hospitallers' conquest of Rhodes that same year. However, many individuals persisted in believing that a combination of general church subsidy and the military order model, with its structures of command, commitment, discipline, and funding channels, could most effectively organize a new Eastern Crusade. Nevertheless, the methodologies that enabled the development of such theories impeded their actualization. The business of the cross, which had inspired national governments, was far too lucrative for them to abandon in favor of church taxes or the lands of discredited military orders. Crusading was an essential aspect of Western European society. To assess its influence effectively, it is crucial to differentiate between its contingent and distinctive characteristics. The expansion of Latin Christendom and the internationalization of saints' cults were not the result of the Wars of the Cross. In addition, they did not establish Christianity's adoption of holy war, a more complex penitential system, the emergence of purgatory, the militancy of the papal monarchy, the increase in anti-Semitism, or the exclusion or persecution of Christian dissidents and minorities. Contrary to the campaigns in the Eastern Mediterranean, the conquests, colonization, and papal wars against their enemies did not begin with crusading formulae. The majority of individuals refrained from participating in a crusade. Only occasionally were crusading enterprises considered popular, primarily initiated by groups below the rural and urban elites, such as the Children's Crusade of 1212 and the Shepherds' Crusades of 1251 and 1320. The nobles recruited many individuals in specific regions for campaigns. They increasingly achieved this by relying on taxes, the legal repercussions of taking the cross, and the facilitation of forgiveness through donations and vow redemptions after 1200. Crusading Europe is a misleading concept. However, these wars contributed to society through their rhetorical portrayal of the pathology of respectable violence, the distinctive appeal of the associated privileges, and the disruption of public and private life. The unique development of a vocabulary and practice of penitential violence in the century and a half following 1095 granted the Church a potent weapon to target its adversaries and a means to solidify its significance in the politics of its allies and the lives of the faithful. Crusading, as an activity that justified the social norms of the Western military elites, served as the foundation for a diverse array of unrelated social and political rituals. Landowners dated their charters with the crusading deeds they performed. They agreed to establish diplomatic alliances under the pretext of assisting the Holy Land. Taking the cross represented loyalty and allegiance in which no side lost face or reconciliation between parties in dispute. In 1215, King John of England took the cross shortly before his forced agreement to the Magna Carta. as politicians sought assistance in the language of the cross during a period of economic downturn. In the mid-13th century, the commitment to the business of the cross had become a requisite in diplomatic exchanges. Rulers, such as Henry III of England, who left their vows unfulfilled, cut morally ambiguous figures. People frequently referred to those who declined to participate in the Crusades as ashy because they felt obligated to remain in their homelands. The well-known literary stereotype of the Descroisier who was content to enjoy his crusade privileges through vow redemptions, frightened of the sea, and anxious to protect his position at home, demonstrated the extent to which crusading institutions had extended beyond the recruiting hall. Active crusading resulted in a variety of social and economic disruptions. The Crusades in Spain and the Baltic contributed only marginal luster, and perhaps some recruits to the habitual campaigning of the Iberian, Danish, or German princes, while the expeditions east of Theobald of Champagne or Richard of Cornwall in 1239-41 did not compare with the massive efforts of 1146-8, 1189-92, or 1248-50. However, even small-scale enterprises could impact local land markets and regional balances of wealth and power, as crusaders mortgaged or sold their property. The high cost of crusading and the extended absence of property owners may cause significant economic hardship for families. This could lead to the division of estates and widows, or, in the worst-case scenario, the murder of certain wives by impatient claimants to the crusaders' lands. Extreme casualty rates were possible, particularly on land-based expeditions. It is possible that over 80% of those who embarked on a journey in 1096-7 did not survive. Returning crusaders may have received minimal compensation for their improved social status. In general, the liberation of church-held bullion to subsidize crusaders may have facilitated the circulation of wealth, thereby stimulating local economies. Prices of war commodities, including horseshoes, arrows, sides of bacon, and cheese, may increase regionally, as they did in England during the early 1190s. Transportation suppliers were advantageous, including mules and carts, and the substantial transmarine ferries. However, the West squandered a significant portion of its amassed wealth on campaign expenses and war materials far from their region of origin. Crusade taxation, like all other forms of taxation during the Middle Ages, was regressive, disproportionately affecting the most impoverished members of society. This contributed to the acceptance of new financing arrangements among aristocratic crusaders in the 13th century. Despite being less expensive than active crusading, vow redemptions were a concealed tax on the faithful. However, we still need to determine whether the Crusades would have circulated this wealth or directed it toward more obvious productive purposes. Manifestations of a single, albeit diverse, process of commercial expansion of markets and trade routes and international trade between the Eastern and Western Mediterranean rely on the Crusades and vice versa. It is impossible to ascertain an overall financial balance sheet. However, despite their significant expenditure of lives and effort, the Crusades did not significantly enrich or devastate the economy of Western Europe. The legal privileges granted to crusaders extended to the interstices of social life. Secular and ecclesiastical courts, down to the papal curia, granted the church protection and immunity from interest, debts, and lawsuits. Local courts across Christendom were responsible for safeguarding the church's privileges and protection in less severe instances of rule violations, like when Richard II's lands were threatened during his travels. These courts' decisions significantly influenced the Crusades' impact on the home front, including the possibility of a crusader participating in a trial by battle in Normandy. the possibility of illegal wine cellars in Worcestershire committing fraud by claiming to be crusaders, and the possibility of crusaders committing murder. The decree ad liberandam, or on 1215, acknowledged the inescapable abuse of crusader privileges due to their civil allure. People frequently lodged complaints, alleging that crusaders exploited their status as a license to commit theft, murder, and rape. Criminals or individuals confronted with challenging litigation frequently invoked crusade privileges to delay or avoid accountability. This did not imply that the system was corrupt. Rather, it was susceptible to corruption. References to the operation of crusading immunities in the records of secular courts provide a glimpse of the scope of the Crusades. Their findings also indicate significant cooperation between civil and religious authorities. This is primarily due to the need for more detailed regulations, and it often takes generations to understand the practical implications of privileges at the national, regional, local, and even personal levels. After 1187, the West incorporated these spiritual privileges into its habitual devotional life by establishing vow redemptions and spiritual rewards for contributing and participating in crusading and developing alms, giving, special prayers, liturgies, processions, and bell ringing. Church reformers perceived the dissemination of its indulgence as an opportunity to employ the crusade as a model and metaphor for the spiritual and penitential transformation of life. Church reformers portrayed the act of taking the cross as a component of a regenerative cycle that included confession, penance, beneficial works, and redemption, akin to a conversion. James of Vitry referred to its adherents as a religious order or faith. Some contended that the act of bearing the cross could terminate demonic possession, provide relatives, including the deceased, with a period of respite from purgatory, heal the sick, and provide comfort to the dying. Advocates for moral reform or the crusade used sermons de cruce or sermons on the cross almost interchangeably. The crusade was integral to the private religious lives and public careers of devout 13th-century Puritans like Simon de Montfort and Louis IX. Consequently, crusading endured its defeats on the battlefields of the later Middle Ages as a religious habit and a martial endeavor. This does not suggest a universal or consistent commitment. Numerous sermons and devotional works, among other evidence, suggest that the Middle Ages were no more or less a period of faith or skepticism than the 21st century, reminding the faithful of some basic tenets of Christianity. Like their contemporaries, modern historians were equally enthusiastic about distinguishing the divergent motives behind the Crusades. The typology included a significant portion of equally crude material. One bitter observer in Würzburg accused the Crusaders of a lack of sincere love of God after the Second Crusade's failure. He claimed that most of them sought novelties, traveled to learn about new lands, or had a mercenary desire to escape poverty, debts, harsh landlords, or justice. Such criticisms are inevitable due to the gradual shift in moral standards and failure. The idea that greed drove the Crusaders to travel to the east is significantly less persuasive than the idea that anger and intolerance drove them. Before 1096, Northern Europe recognized anti-Jewish attacks, with the most notable instance occurring after 1009. However, the repeated ferocity of Crusader attacks suggests that the wars of the Cross provided a spurious justification for such communal barbarism. However, the attacks on the Jews indicate a certain level of piety, despite their roots in criminality, larceny, and ignorance. The suggestion that numerous crusaders had mixed motives does not necessarily convict them of hypocrisy, but underscores their complexity. In a unique modern historiographical combination of retrospective snobbery and the conviction that commerce is modern and therefore immune from naive or medieval religious sincerity, it has become fashionable to attribute purely mercenary inspiration to the citizens of the Italian maritime cities. Material advantage and genuine religious commitment have never been mutually exclusive, nor were they among crusaders. In a manner that served as a precursor to the Fourth Crusade, the Venetian Crusade of 1122-5 conducted raids on Byzantine territory to compel the re-establishment of preferential trade regulations. Nevertheless, it also participated in a ferocious maritime conflict with the Egyptians, successfully capturing the port of Tyre in exchange for trading privileges and property. Upon its return to the Adriatic, it conducted additional raids, capturing booty and relics. Contemporary disapproval overlooks its essence. The Italian trading cities made unparalleled contributions to the crusade regarding men, blood, treasure, and materials. The desire for profit, or, at the very least, the avoidance of loss, did not contradict the spirituality and the material risks inherent in taking the cross, nor did it limit crusading enthusiasm to the gates of commercial ports, any more than a knight's desire to fight, to earn salvation, and to survive. The sources mention duty, fear, devotion, repentance, excitement, adventure, material profit, and escapism as contributory spurs to action. However, one overwhelming urge, encompassing both secular and spiritual dimensions, might have been a desire for status with the church, peers, neighbors, relatives, and God. The most typical trophies of this status were the relics the returning crusader bestowed on local churches, further enhancing their social reputation and godly credit. Nevertheless, the unique wealth of Christian relics housed in Constantinople's treasure houses exacerbated its destruction in 1204. The social admiration that remained with veterans of the cross was reflected solely in the discredit bestowed upon those who failed to fulfill their vows, deserted, or refused to enlist. Numerous scholars contend that the Crusades' decline as a political, religious, and social entity commenced mid-13th century. It is believed that the increase in wealth in Western Europe has sparked a modernization process, rendering crusading antiquated as a cause inspired by God rather than mammon. Scholars attribute the decadence of crusading to the professionalization of cross-business, the rise of national self-interest over Christendom's demands, and the corruption of money. Some have interpreted the diversion of holy war to internal enemies of the papacy as a barometer of its decline. Some of these arguments are unique to the Holy Land Crusade and lack logic in other contexts. It is undeniable that the papal crusades in Italy incited the anger of clerics who were required to pay taxes for them, or political opponents. Subsequent popes were cautious, avoiding inciting opposition. Preaching for internal crusades was generally more geographically restricted than for Eastern expeditions, and the practice of preaching internal crusades, in parallel or competition with Eastern campaigns, persisted with a nervous sensitivity to local sentiment. Nonetheless, concerns about the anti-Hohenstaufen or Italian Crusades' potential to worsen the dire circumstances of the Holy Land, as well as their overt partisan nature, accounted for a significant portion of the animosity toward them in the 13th and 14th centuries. The cross's popularity persisted, despite its supporters being more discerning than papal apologists anticipated. The emergence of more powerful national regimes dealt a more severe blow. The 100 Years' War between England and France, 1337-1453, sealed the loss of the Holy Land as decisively as the military system of the Mamluk Empire by appropriating political energy, material resources, and even holy war mentalities. The ideal and practice of fighting for God persisted throughout the later Middle Ages and beyond, with its legal implications incorporated into secular and canon law codes. Illuminated manuscripts, theatrical reenactments, paintings, tiles and tapestries in palaces, houses, and town halls kept the images fresh. Veterans' artifacts became cherished heirlooms, and libraries brimmed with crusade histories and romances. Despite its lack of rigid definition and protean adaptability, the Christian holy war known as the Crusades had infiltrated the foundation of Western public consciousness through social, religious, political, and military channels. This conflict embodied many human qualities. It inspired martial actions that were highly regarded for centuries after Outremer had faded into a golden memory. Despite the quixotic nature of the situation in modern eyes when examining the origins of our own world, the Crusades endowed the territories they assaulted or subjugated with sacred importance. These were regarded as the restoration of Christ's heritage, Palestine, his mother, Livonia, or his disciples such as James, Spain, and Peter, any territory under papal protection or authority. Less overtly, crusading also tended to sanctify the territories that attracted the holy warriors. Engagement in crusading conferred a sacred distinction that intertwined with notions of just wars waged for the patria or homeland. These consecrations initiated a sequence of discrepancies between the conceptual and the tangible realms. The crusade frontiers in Spain, Syria, Prussia, and Livonia were simultaneously ideologically inflexible and physically, culturally, or politically permeable. Advocates and historians of conquest acknowledged pronounced religious and ethnic divisions when economic interactions and the dynamics of lordship required social exchange, leading to the dissemination of culture. The new Israelites divided their universal homeland, Christendom, into separate territories, kingdoms, or cities, seizing the notion of a holy land. For the political elite, participation in the crusade was a benchmark of identity, esteem, and power. Crusading served as a national policy goal and a metaphor for national warfare. The Old Testament's Israel imagery and blatant apocalyptic political propaganda reinforced the sacred territories acquired during the Crusades, enabling any victorious crusader king to assert entitlement to the prophecies of the last emperor at the end of time. The tendency to equate national aggression with a higher universal good and vice versa represents a persistent legacy. One nation under God possesses a multifaceted lineage encompassing medieval crusades under the cross, the Holy Land abroad, transcending boundaries and colonial narratives. Soon after the First Crusade, the northern French author and abbot Guibert of Nogent called the Christian conquests in Syria and Palestine Holy Christendom's new colonies. Historians have debated for 2 centuries whether to classify the Christian settlements in the East as colonies in the modern sense. If a colonial power far away sets up a colony on purpose to serve as a subordinate in a larger commercial, economic, or strategic framework for its own benefit, then Outremer, despite its name, doesn't really fit into this model. However, if we define a colony as a group of foreign rulers and settlers who maintain their cultural identity and ties to their home regions, then Outremer exhibits colonial characteristics. However, Outremer remained independent of any secular or ecclesiastical Western Empire, except for its status as a province of the Latin Church. In contrast to Prussia, the Kingdom of Jerusalem, although remitting Peter's pence to the papacy, was not a papal fief, and vigorously opposed efforts to integrate it into the Hohenstaufen Empire during the 13th century. Close dynastic connections with Western aristocracies did not result in establishing trans-Mediterranean lordships. Despite a continuous influx of pilgrims and settlers in both directions in the 12th century, interactions between immigrants and their countries of origin rapidly diminished with Franks often adopting localities as surnames. No ruling Frankish king of Jerusalem ever traveled to Western Europe. The necessity for Western assistance and an increasing dependence on the international networks of Italian trading cities and military orders sustained the connections between Outremer and the West. Nevertheless, the polity of Outremer remained socially and institutionally autonomous despite the Byzantine Empire's assertion of control over Antioch in the 12th century. The reciprocal exchange of derisive insults between Westerners and Easterners grew progressively prevalent. Outremer's unique garrison society safeguarded vital maritime routes, trade routes, markets, raw material sources, and a significant religious relic known as Christ's heritage. Direct material gain did not primarily motivate the conquest of Outremer, but it did not hinder later economic exploitation. The Italian commercial cities, which established enclaves in ports like Acre and Tyre to accommodate a transient population of merchants and sailors from their native ports, epitomized Outremer's most overtly colonial aspect. Most of these agents still need to establish permanent residence in the East. Outremer followed the medieval model of foreign settlements, emulating home societies rather than the contemporary colonial paradigm of voluntary or coerced dependency. However, it was inferior to the 13th century Frankish settlement in Greece, referred to as New France. One pope described it as emulating the ancestral homeland. Unlike Spain and Prussia, whose land borders with Latin Christendom facilitated significant immigration, or Prussia, Livonia, and Estonia, where the religious conversion of the subjugated enabled some degree of acculturation, 12th century Outremer did not experience a cultural amalgamation with its indigenous populace. Outremer exhibited a mosaic of religious and ethnic communities, intricately interlocking social tesserae to create a cohesive design. Despite being established in sacred territory by Crusaders, Christian Outremer did not constitute a Crusader society. Although a lasting peace with Muslim counterparts was theoretically unattainable for both factions, truces and alliances thrived throughout much of the Frankish occupation from 1098 to 1291. During the mid-12th century, certain regions of the Kingdom of Jerusalem experienced greater tranquility than present-day England, France, or Italy. Like their counterparts in England, most castles and fortified houses were located far from the frontiers and primarily served an administrative role in the organization of lordships. The leaders and colonizers were neither technically nor genuinely crusaders. In contrast to 13th century Prussia or Livonia, crusading military orders did not administer Outremer despite their considerable involvement in its defense and offensive actions. Popes, politicians, and historians presented a narrative of brave conquest and warfare to justify the Franks' presence and garner Western support. However, this idea of exiles for the faith supported the society of Outremer, which had far more normal and varied experiences than these simplistic stories let on. The occupation task significantly deviated from the grand vision. Nonetheless, it did not correspond with either of the contrasting contemporary interpretations of Outremer as a medium of intercultural exchange and collaboration, or as a desolate, barren, and doomed apartheid regime. Demographic imperatives guaranteed diversity in Outremer, akin to its Muslim-ruled counterparts, yet did not foster profound cultural synthesis. The Franks modified their attire, cuisine, residential architecture. Even the austere Hospitallers appear to have incorporated bathrooms in their Belvoir castle, personal hygiene practices, and medical approaches to suit their surroundings. Franks acquired Arabic, a process expedited by trade, feudal authority, and the regrettably common occurrence of their leaders being captured and enduring prolonged periods in Muslim captivity. The status and relationships of the Frankish ruling elite bore a resemblance to those of the indigenous Turkish atabegs governing other regions in Syria. These foreigners' military prowess and ability to extract revenues from a foreign local labor force sustained them. In Outremer, the civil rights and citizenship criteria were based on religion, not race. Intermarriage transpired among Franks, indigenous Christians, and converted Muslims. The notion that the Franks encountered a solely Muslim indigenous populace appears to be inaccurate. In certain regions of Outremer, Muslims did not constitute a majority. When deemed necessary, Frankish rulers intermittently provided patronage to Muslim settlers, physicians and merchants, while simultaneously exhibiting no reservations regarding the utilization of Muslim slave labor. Several communal places of religious worship persisted, including the suburbs of Acre in the 12th century, the Church of the Nativity in Bethlehem in the 13th century, and the notable Greek Orthodox shrine of Our Lady of Sidnaya, located north of Damascus. Following the initial phase of conquest, Muslim opposition to Frankish dominion, devoid of political leadership, seldom transcended localized banditry. The new rulers' and settlers' utilization of resources did not involve systematic persecution of other religious communities. Open hostility toward non-Christians was characteristic of fervent, uncouth newcomers. The Jerusalem Law Code asserted, "Whether Syrians, Greeks, Jews, Samaritans, Nestorians, or Saracens, they are also men like the Franks." The Hospitallers, who operated the largest hospital in Jerusalem and could accommodate hundreds of patients simultaneously, concurred. They provided treatment to all individuals, irrespective of race or religion. For evident reasons, they excluded solely lepers. This does not suggest that Christian Outremer functioned as a sanctuary of tolerance. Medieval racism was predominantly cultural, centered on external variances in customs, laws, and language, rather than the bloodline distinctions favored by certain contemporary racists. In that regard, discrimination based on religion was intrinsically racist. Native Christian communities, Armenians, Greeks, and Arabic or Syriac-speaking Melkites, Nestorians, Jacobites, and Maronites, faced actual religious discrimination, which was more focused on ecclesiastical than civil rights. The Franks Latinized the church in Outremer, assuming all prominent positions and monopolizing a significant portion of the endowment and revenue. Nevertheless, the descriptive language of chroniclers, charters, and legal courts did not conflate local Christians with the Muslim settled populace, the Bedouin at the borders, or the Tursi beyond the frontiers. After 1099, the Jewish population of Palestine experienced a significant decline. However, the surviving communities evaded direct persecution, with many engaged in the dyeing industry. Local Christians lived within the confines of Frankish society and law, owning property, intermarrying, and coexisting in villages with immigrants in specific rural regions who frequently settled in areas already populated by their co-religionists. Muslims and Jews lived separately, except in urban areas where commerce, agriculture, tax collection, or revenue generation facilitated their interaction. All Franks were, by definition, free. Political and social obstacles obstructed multiculturalism as decisively as disparities in religion, race, and ethnicity. Occasionally, the assassination of Count Raymond II in Tripoli in 1152 incited extensive cultural animosity, culminating in the massacre of all those who differed either in language or attire from the Latins. Certain trivial yet unavoidable distinctions in language and customs underpinned this racial rather than religious discrimination. Syrians removed their pubic hair, but not their beards. whereas Franks typically did the reverse or neither. However, the dissemination of customs could thrive at the benign peripheries of civility. Unlike Sicily, where anti-Muslim riots were minimal after the Norman conquest in the 11th century, Outremer displayed a landscape of acknowledged diversity and institutionalized inequality. In 1120, the Normans enacted laws prohibiting sexual relations between Christians and Muslims and instituted dress discrimination. The Jerusalem Law Code imposed severe penalties for acts of violence committed by Muslims against Christians, but did not reciprocate for violence committed by Christians against Muslims. Taxation disproportionately burdened the peasantry, with Muslims facing the most severe imposition, including a poll tax similar to that which Christians were subjected to under Muslim governance. In Galilee during the 1180s, local Muslims derogatorily labeled King Baldwin IV as the pig and his mother, Agnes of Courtenay, the sow. One settler, upon encountering black Africans for the first time, regarded them with disdain, likening them to mere seaweed. At both ends of the 12th century, certain Muslim communities assisted invaders. In Antioch, the treatment of Muslims shifted from economic incentives to extortion, inciting intermittent uprisings. Rural Muslim areas and cities like Tyre permit public Islamic worship, but the condition of Muslim shrines and cemeteries has declined. During the 1180s, older men recounted heroic narratives of the coastal cities' courageous resistance against invading foes. Observers frequently saw enslaved Muslims, including shackled women. In the absence of a Muslim social or intellectual elite, whether in exile or deprived of recognition, their popular cultures inevitably stagnated. The Frankish peasantry and artisans, though consistently a minority and largely restricted to the limited coastal region in the 13th century, acclimated to local agricultural practices that were known, albeit more arduous, to settlers from southern France, Italy, and Spain. Westerners introduced pigs, arguably the most distinctive characteristic. The Franks resided in their villages or alongside local Christians, yet they engaged with various other groups in urban areas. The experience of Nablus. The area north of Jerusalem exemplified the tensions and adjustments in intercommunal relations. A Frankish wine establishment stood opposite a Muslim inn. A local Muslim woman who had married a Frank later murdered him and embarked on a life of crime, ambushing and killing passing Franks. Meanwhile, the Frankish wife of a local draper became a costly mistress of the Patriarch of Jerusalem. Not everything was contentious. The Frankish viscount summoned an Arab emir from northern Syria to observe a trial by combat between two Franks who were disputing claims that one had employed Muslim thieves to invade the other's estate. A local Frankish landlord coerced a community of devout Muslims into emigrating to Damascus, yet permitted the local Samaritan sect to maintain its annual Passover ritual, attracting worshippers from throughout the Near East. Extremes of faith or criminality disrupt this pragmatic coexistence, challenging simplistic generalizations regarding the colonial experience. The Frankish aristocracy established a societal structure that closely resembled the West regarding legal systems, land tenure, military organization, religious practices, and linguistic usage. Nonetheless, the setting inevitably influenced. While slavery was declining in Western Christendom, it remained a fundamental aspect of Near Eastern society which the Franks assimilated. Proximity fostered interaction, particularly when non-Franks, including non-Christians, exhibited valuable skills. King Baldwin I of Jerusalem, 1100–1118, appointed a Muslim convert as a personal servant, likely a romantic partner, bestowing his name and faith upon him. The 12th century royal court of Jerusalem was nearly as cosmopolitan as the courts of Norman Greco-Arabic Sicily or the Arab, Turkish, Kurdish, Armenian, Jewish regions of the Near East. During his campaigns in Egypt and visits to Constantinople, King Amalric, 1163–74, wed a Greek, William of Tyre, c. 1130–86, who served as a family physician, equestrian instructor, and educator, well versed in the esteemed academic traditions of Paris and Bologna. Several Frankish knights and nobles appeared to have established cordial relations with their Muslim counterparts along the frontiers during the truce. Many frequently sought employment with Turkish armies. Alliances between the Franks and Muslim powers were prevalent, despite former allies readily engaging in slaughter when diplomatic and military conditions shifted. Apartheid appears to be an excessively limited and uniform description of such a society. Nonetheless, Outremer held a distinctive status that prevented assimilation with indigenous non-Christians. The Western settlement transpired solely due to the conqueror's religious ambitions. The aspiration of non-noble settlers to inhabit the land where Christ and his saints once resided played a significant role in encouraging them to venture into such a relatively inhospitable and remote area, despite the often obscure motivations of immigrants. On one level, the devout discourse of exile corresponded with the actuality. A predominantly immigrant higher clergy and a continuous influx of lords from the West revitalized the sense of mission. The sanctity of the Holy Land significantly influenced Outremer society. The conquests of 1098–9 facilitated an influx of pilgrims from Christendom to Palestine, driven by expectations inspired by biblical narratives and crusading accounts. Up to 70 pilgrim vessels may moor at Acre at any given moment, with some capable of transporting hundreds of passengers. During one of the 2 annual passages, when spring and autumn currents and winds facilitated travel, these tourists encountered enthusiastic hosts. The kings of Jerusalem imposed tolls on them, similar to the practices of their Muslim predecessors. They established the 2 prominent military orders, the Knights Templar, 1120, and the Knights Hospitaller, 1113, likely militarized by 1126, to safeguard and provide medical care for them. The catering industry flourished significantly for them. In Outremer, the locals enriched historical sites, excavated others, such as the Patriarch's relics in Hebron in 1119, and imaginatively recreated the biblical landscape, dubbed New Holy Places Newly Built, by John of Würzburg in the 1160s. The Latin Christians were remapping the sacred landscape in a manner reminiscent of the Roman emperors Titus and Hadrian in the 1st and 2nd centuries, the Greek Christians in the 4th century, the Muslims after 638, 1187, and 1291, and the Zionists and Israelis in the 20th century. Importing or annexing a new sacred landscape was prevalent in conversion, colonization, and crusading. Comparable to the Spanish and Baltic borders, Outremer cultivated a pronounced sense of exceptionalism among the educated, consistent with Frankish society's characteristic fractured colonialism. We can only partially ascertain the degree to which settlers and rulers perceived divine immanence in their material environment through the perspectives of their interpreters, such as William of Tyre, or their actions. Contemporary historians like Joshua Prower, who have criticized the Franks for their cultural myopia toward other communities, overlook the essential argument. By definition, the Frankish settlement could not openly reconcile with other ethnic paradigms. However, neither could they disregard them. it has become fashionable to critique the Western settlements in the East as a barbaric incursion into a more cultured and advanced Islamic civilization. Nevertheless, the Turkish incursion in the mid-11th century resulted in further upheaval. The Islamic polity's conflicting political and religious factions, Arab, Turkish, Kurdish, Mamluk, Sunni, Shia, and Ismaili assassins, engendered violent strife and instability which ruthless warlords like Zengi, Saladin, and Baybars, who committed barbaric atrocities to advance their material objectives, ultimately addressed through escalated violence. Similar to the Franks, they advocated a self-serving doctrine of legitimate coercion. Western Christians possessed no exclusive claim to intolerance any more than to sanctity. Islamic jurists warned against interfaith camaraderie, a practice originating in the 11th century. Baghdad legislators proposed discriminatory attire for Christians and Jews. The circumstances of non-Christian communities in Outremer varied marginally from those of Christian communities under Islamic governance. The situation appeared more severe because the remaining Muslim population, primarily made up of peasants or artisans, lacked a skilled or affluent elite, unlike the Muslims in Christian Spain or the Christian communities within the Islamic realm. This does not diminish the exclusive and discriminatory characteristics of Frankish European rule. To idealize those whom they discriminated against is to distort history to align with contemporary emotions. In Spain, similar to the Baltic region, crusading was subordinate or supplementary to secular interests and broader affiliations of Christian conquest and holy warfare. In 1085, a decade before the First Crusade, Alfonso VI of Castile characterized his conquest of Toledo from the Moors as a reclamation of Christian land and the revival of a sacred site, stating, "With Christ as my leader." It's still unclear how much the overt religiosity in 12th century accounts of previous campaigns against the Moors in Spain resulted from crusading ideas, a long history of holy war, or a unique local development. As the defense and reclamation of Christian territories aligned with the emerging discourse of the Jerusalem conflict, indigenous authors and religious figures reimagined the Iberian patron saint, the Apostle James the Great Santiago, as a knight of Christ and celestial advocate for the triumph of Christian military endeavors. Promoting a unique pan-Iberian war cult enabled local rulers to maintain control over their military endeavors while benefiting from papal crusade privileges, strengthening Christian unity. Due to his shrine at Compostela, St. James gained international recognition as a saint, and his veneration bolstered the political ideologies of all Iberian kingdoms. This generally applied to the half-dozen Iberian military orders established in the latter part of the 12th century, including one devoted to St. James. The Crusade in Spain took on a regional character. The formidable warrior monarchs of the 13th century, Ferdinand III of Castile, 1217 to 1252, and James I of Aragon, 1213 to 1276, consciously advanced the Muslim frontier in the name of God, each contemplating extending the conflict beyond Iberia to Africa or Palestine. However, neither exhibited the dedication that propelled their contemporary, Louis IX of France, to the Nile. Religious acts of purification and restoration went along with some conquests, like Ferdinand III's taking of Córdoba in 1236, and the arrival of many foreign Christian settlers in places like Seville, captured in 1248. Still, most of the Reconquista was about negotiating and respecting the religious and civil rights of the people being ruled over. For example, James I, the conqueror of Aragon's taking of Majorca, 1229, and Valencia, 1238, as well as Ferdinand III's conquest of Murcia, 1243, were examples of this. Christian grievances regarding the muezzin's calls endured in certain regions for centuries, despite encountering obstacles from an elite possessing divergent laws and faiths. Muslims, under Christian dominion, produced jars. Jews and converts, conversos, Jewish converts to Christianity, and Moriscos, Muslim converts, were integral to Spanish society until the late 15th and 16th centuries, when a resurgence of fabricated neo-crusading religious fervor resulted in the enforcement of intolerant Christian uniformity under the Catholic monarchs. The expulsion of the Moorish rulers from Granada, 1492, coincided with the reign of Ferdinand II of Aragon, 1479-1516, and Isabella of Castile, 1474-1504. The recent identification of a crusading mission, which continued under Charles V and Philip II, heavily relied on reinterpreting Castile as a new Holy Land with a providential global mission and authentic Aragonese crusading traditions. This led to the creation of a myth about the crusading Reconquista and the divine identity and destiny of Catholic Spain, which General Franco and his fascist supporters, both academic and political, later subtly appropriated. The destiny of Peter II of Aragon, 1196 to 1213, progenitor of James the Conqueror, illustrates the complexities and contradictions inherent in the Iberian experience. The 12th century incursion into Spain by the Almohads, Muslim Puritans from North Africa, threatened the Christian progress of the preceding century. In 1212, a substantial international crusader contingent allied with Iberian monarchs to mount resistance. Before engaging the Almohad forces at Las Navas de Tolosa, most French contingents deserted Peter and the monarchs of Castile and Navarre, partly owing to disputes regarding the local rulers' leniency toward the vanquished Muslim garrisons. This frontier pragmatism, akin to Palestine, appeared scandalous to the French. They were also indifferent to the heat. The ensuing Christian victory was primarily a Spanish triumph, which played a significant role in later depicting Spanish destiny. 14 months later, Peter was vanquished and slain at the Battle of Muret in Languedoc by a contingent of French crusaders commanded by the Church's champion, Simon de Montfort, exemplifying the political complexities underlying the crusading movement and the challenge of separating crusade history from its secular context. After the conquests, they established new, or in propagandistic terminology, restored, sacred and secular landscapes, transforming mosques into churches and altering Arabic toponyms. Certain regions, notably Castile, promoted individuals' immigration from northern territories. The pre-conquest social and religious frameworks had a minimal immediate impact on other areas. Post-1300, the veneration of Santiago diminished more significantly than that of the Virgin Mary, signifying a reduction in frontier militarism. Nonetheless, the tradition of holy war, particularly in its crusading manifestation, persisted among the knightly and noble classes, functioning as a dynamic cultural force and a stereotype for those combating infidels, Muslims, or pagans. While his captains perceived West Africans beyond the confines of crusading aesthetics, the Portuguese Prince Henry the Navigator, 1394-1460, ardently adopted crusading ambitions and conducted campaigns in North Africa. In 1578, King Sebastian of Portugal led an international force equipped with indulgences and papal legates in a battle against the Muslims of Morocco, where he ultimately perished. The incursion of Latin Christendom into the eastern Atlantic islands during the 14th and 15th centuries garnered crusading grants for the expansion of Christendom. The Iberian tradition provided a favorable reception for the Genoese crusade advocate Christopher Columbus. It played a significant role in the conceptual reasoning behind the conquest of the Americas and, to a lesser extent, in the perception of the slave trade as a tool to spread Christianity. The prevalent concept of sea facilitated this. In 1500, people perceived Spain as a sacred territory, and its Christian denizens, forged and tested in the crucible of the Reconquista, advocated for God's cause against infidels beyond Christendom and heretics within. The notion that the Baltic Crusades aimed to conquer Holy Lands seems implausible, as the targeted regions lacked any Christian historical context. However, perhaps due to its stark incongruity, this concept gained legitimacy. Uniquely among the regimes established following the Crusader conquest, Prussia and Livonia were ecclesiastical states. The association arrived promptly. A propagandistic appeal to assault the Wends east of the Elbe in 1108 characterized the campaign as a liberation of our Jerusalem. This controversial comparison played a big role in the initial connection between crusading and German expansion to the east, taking advantage of the conflicts in Jerusalem, the need to protect Christendom, and the hidden goal of reclaiming lost Christian lands. German crusaders later pursued the Ottonian emperor's seized territories beyond the Elbe in the 12th century. But the significant Slav uprising of 983 repelled them. Other regions had experienced more recent missionary initiatives that yielded considerable success. Territories annexed as early as the 10th century and subsequently relinquished may provoke allegations of apostasy along the fluctuating German-Slav border. This confusion could be reciprocal. One faction of the 1147 Crusaders found themselves besieging recently Christianized Stettin. The unique nature of the Baltic Crusades resided in the clear association between crusade and conversion, or, as articulated by Saint Bernard of Clairvaux, conversion or extermination. Innocent III utilized coercive language to entrap the barbarians within the confines of orthodoxy. This flawed doctrine recognized the religious aspect of ethnicity, cultural identity, and racial consciousness. Unlike Spain or the Near East, conversion in the Baltic was an unavoidable consequence and acknowledgement of conquest. This paradoxically facilitated enhanced cultural accommodation and transmission between Slavic and German cultures. Descendants of the pagan Wendish prince Niklot, who fell victim to the initial Crusader assault in 1147 and was slain by Christians in 1160, evolved into the Germanized princes and dukes of Mecklenburg, one of whom participated in a crusade to Livonia in 1218. Despite being distasteful to the devoutly religious, coerced conversion was effective. By 1400, the Baltic had transformed into a Latin Christian enclave, although remnants of pagan culture persisted beneath the surface. The successful resistance of pagan Lithuania, which only accepted conversion on its own terms in 1386, demonstrates the greater challenges faced by conversion, not supported by coercion. Implementing crusading incentives in the mid-12th century did not create the connection between force and faith. It merely acknowledged an already entrenched cultural and political imperialism process. In the 12th century, the Crusades in the Baltic helped Germany expand its territory between the Elbe and Oder rivers and into western Pomerania. In the 13th century, Germany moved between the Vistula and Niemen rivers, Prussia, and Courland into the southern Baltic regions. Later, in the 14th century, Germany moved into Pomerelia, west of the Vistula. The Crusades also aided the Danish monarchy's aggressive expansion policies, particularly in northern Estonia, and the Swedish advance into Finland. Until the 13th century, crusading had only a sporadic significance in contrast to broader notions of warfare associated with divine approval. Instead of establishing a new, enduring crusade front, the summer incursions against the Western Wends during the Second Crusade in 1147 primarily used crusade privileges to secure Saxon allegiance and maintain internal stability within the empire during Conrad III's absence in the Holy Land. Albert the Bear, a key figure in the 1147 expeditions, did not require crusade privileges to establish the Principality of Brandenburg beyond the Elbe. Nonetheless, apologists depicted his territorial ambitions as garnering divine favor. These conquests coincided with establishing bishoprics and monasteries, thereby garnering clerical acclaim. The secular reality was severe for the vanquished, arduous for the German and Flemish settlers, and, as one devout frontier priest lamented, fostered the greed rather than the piety of another crusader, Henry the Lion, Duke of Saxony. Between 1147 and 1193, the Baltic received a singular papal crusade grant in 1171. The papacy acknowledged the brutal wars of conquest and conversion waged against the Slavs by the German princes and Danish kings as inspired by the heavenly name, fortified by the arms of Christ, equipped with the shield of faith, and safeguarded by divine favor, as articulated by Alexander III in 1169. However, attributing responsibility for medieval German imperialism to the Crusade would be erroneous. One could equally blame the Christian Church. The Baltic pagans were similarly zealous in their desire to annihilate their adversaries and obliterate emblems of an unfamiliar religion. While the pagan holy wars, except those in Lithuania, ended in defeat, they still happened. The genuine motivation for integrating the technical apparatus of crusading, vow, cross, indulgence, etc., into Christian conquests in the Baltic arose when the focus transitioned from the Western Slavs of the southern Baltic to the pagan tribes further east, in Livonia, Estonia, Finland, and Prussia, which became the primary arenas of crusading activities from the 1190s onward. Although justifying the defense of the missionary churches founded in Livonia or Estonia circa 1200 was relatively straightforward, the necessity for extensive conquests in either region, and even more so in Prussia, mandated that these areas attain new sacred status. Each addressed this requirement in distinct manners. The military campaigns of the Danish monarchs along the southern Baltic coast and the southern Gulf of Finland in northern Estonia received intermittent papal grants of crusade privileges commonly seen in other regions. The monarchs simultaneously surrounded themselves with the advantageous presence of Christian warriors termed active knights of Christ to legitimize foreign conquests and reinforce internal authority. The objective was to eradicate paganism and extend Christendom. The conquerors performed sacred duties, leading to the inherently sacred integration of their conquests into Christendom. In contrast to the Christian monarchy's complex yet potent religiosity, the consecration of crusade objectives adhered to more definitive parameters, from circa. In 1202, the missionary bishop of Riga established a religious order of knights known as the Militia of Christ, or Sword Brothers, to protect and expand his diocese in Livonia focused on the river Divina. Several years later, his associate on the Polish-Prussian border established a comparable organization, the Militia of Christ of Livonia, in opposition to the Prussians, also referred to as the Knights of Dobrin, or Dobrzyn, after their initial base on the Vistula. The conquerors, bishops, sworn knights, and professional knights of Christ dictated the status of conquests. Missionaries and merchants consecrated the Christian settlement in Riga to the Virgin Mary, depicting Livonia as the dowry of the Mother of God. This portrayal prompted crusade apologists in the area to designate crusaders as pilgrims, or the militia of pilgrims. This further linked them to crusaders from other regions. Some even referred to those fighting against the Albigensians as pilgrims, almost as a requirement for their legitimacy. Before 1209, they consecrated the initial two churches in the newly established town of Riga to Mary, the patroness, and Peter, the protector of ecclesiastical privileges. The Teutonic Knights fully established their association with the Virgin Mary as the patroness of the German order in the 1230s, when they assumed control of warfare and governance in Prussia and Livonia, incorporating other military orders and overseeing a sustained crusade in the area from 1245. In Livonia, the knights carried her likeness as a battle standard. In 1234, the papacy designated Prussia as a papal fief, reinforcing the sanctification of the Teutonic Knights' territory as part of its anti-imperial policy. A Teutonic Knight, likely writing a late 13th century rhyming chronicle from Livonia, suggested a transcendent context without providing a historical justification for war. The author commenced his work with narratives of the creation, Pentecost, and the missions of the early church. Acknowledging that no apostle arrived in Livonia, contrary to the legend of James converting Spain, the author undertook a more significant mission in the desolate regions of the eastern Baltic, advancing the sacred endeavor of evangelizing the world through service and sacrifice in the armies of the Mother of God and defending her territory. These literary devices may reassure participants and entice recruits, albeit without accurately depicting the realities of war in Prussia, Livonia, and Estonia. Not all adversaries were pagan. In Estonia, the Teutonic Knights vied for dominance with their fellow Crusaders, the Danes. In 1242, an assault on the Orthodox Christians of Pskov, Russia, culminated in the renowned defeat at Lake Peipus Chod by Alexander Nevsky, vividly depicted in Eisenstein's notable propagandist film. German and Flemish settlements were significant in Prussia, especially in the west. In Livonia and Estonia, they were only reachable via a difficult and expensive sea journey during ice-free conditions. They primarily resided in fortified religious trading posts situated along the principal rivers. Prussia experienced a gradual acculturation process akin to that occurring between the Elbe and the Oder rivers. Slavs assimilated into German culture, a disconcerting notion for subsequent racial nationalists on either side of the linguistic divide. The judicial pluralism and segregation characteristic of other crusading fronts did not hinder the Prussians from incorporating aspects of German inheritance laws. Over generations, the harshness of coerced conversion, occupation, foreign settlement, and discrimination against indigenous peoples altered Prussia into a unique German province. In contrast, a limited military, clerical, and commercial elite persisted in Estonia and Livonia, where the Teutonic Knights continued to exist until 1562, 37 years after the order's secularization in Prussia. In light of this history, Hitler, with his grotesquely distorted historical viewpoint, repudiated the loss of any portion of Prussia from the Reich. In March 1939, he demanded Memel, founded by German invaders in 1252, from the Lithuanians, an action that incited Britain's commitment to safeguard Poland. Nevertheless, merely a few months later, he relinquished the Baltic states to the Russians, viewing them as inferior German territories. Nevertheless, the connection between the Teutonic Knights and the SS, as well as the state-sanctioned racism of the Third Reich, meticulously delineated by Himmler and his historically uninformed associates, was founded on corrupt imagination rather than factual evidence. The Crusades did not facilitate the expansion of German or Spanish power. This expansion propelled broader cultural, economic, demographic, social, and technological dynamics. The Crusades offered a pragmatic and motivational lexicon to articulate these urges in religious language, thereby bolstering self-serving ideologies and self-justifying policies of supremacy. Religious symbols attained cultural and political importance, while Catholic churches and clergy disseminated a unique Western culture. Despite their importance, the grammar and syntax remained firmly secular as Latin Christendom extended beyond its borders. The portrayal of Christendom as a besieged stronghold, with bastions or antemurales resisting the encroachment of the infidel, has a lengthy historical precedent. In 1089, Urban II delineated the anticipated reconstruction of Tarragona, located on the Spanish coastline south of Barcelona. Beginning in the 14th century, the notion of antemurales became prevalent along the border with the Ottomans, spanning from Poland and Hungary to the Adriatic. The rulers along these frontiers embraced holy war rhetoric and fostered the sacralization of their territories, cultivating a pronounced sense of national exceptionalism. Participation in crusading, removed from the front line, became a pivotal aspect of the developing myths and rituals of corporate or national identity. Pisa, Genoa, and Venice prominently showcased their participation in the Eastern Crusades via art, literature, and civic ceremonies. In Florence, the cross symbolized both the crusade and the city's populace, facilitating the reinforcement of civic exceptionalism through participation in the crusading. The banner carried at Damietta in 1219 became a venerated relic in the Church of San Giovanni. Northern Europe, including Cologne and London, similarly emphasized their involvement in crusading, particularly in the East. The Danish monarchs embraced the cross as their emblem circa 1200. The canonization of royal, holy warriors and crusaders became prevalent. Charlemagne, regarded as a proto-crusader, canonized in 1166. Saint Eric IX of Sweden, d. 1160, canonized 1167. The adversary of the Finnish enemies of the faith, Ferdinand III of Castile, d. 1252, a venerated figure from the 13th century, officially canonized in 1671. And Louis IX of France, d. 1270, canonized in 1297. Certain legends disseminated following the canonization of King Ladislas of Hungary, d. 1095, canonized 1192, depicted him as the elusive leader of the First Crusade, effectively referencing the exploits of Bela III, d. 1196, who had endorsed Ladislas's sanctification. Local royal dynasties legitimized the Crusades by politically and diplomatically aligning Hungary, Denmark, and later Poland with Latin Christendom. This correlation was most pronounced in France. The crusading practices of the French monarchs facilitated the establishment of the religion of monarchy, wherein royal propagandists exalted the realm from sea. In 1300, the French became God's chosen people in the Holy Land. Around 1300, Acre produced an impressive illuminated manuscript. The manuscript from 1280 depicts Louis IX at Damietta in 1249, adorned with fleurs-de-lis and devoid of any visible cross. The crusade and the providential fate of France and its ruling dynasty converged into apocalyptic royal or national messianism during the later Middle Ages. A modern prophecy asserted that Joan of Arc's 1429 triumphs against the English would enable King Charles VII, 1422-61, to reclaim the Holy Land, a motif that re-emerged in 1494 when Charles VIII of France, 1483-98, proclaimed his aim to recover Jerusalem and initiated his invasion of Italy. Despite the Reformation and the devastating wars of religion in the latter half of the 16th century that fragmented the French religious structure, both Catholic and Huguenot defenders of Henry IV, 1589-1610, upheld the notion of crusading as the exclusive domain and duty of the most Christian kings of France, a title originating in the 12th century. This French experience parallels late medieval Spain, especially Castile, where a prophetic tradition fostered by the Reconquista instilled a belief that the Iberian holy wars necessitated ultimate fulfillment in reclaiming Jerusalem. Royal polemicists portrayed the expulsion of the Moors from Granada and the subsequent incursions into North Africa by Ferdinand and his grandson Charles V, 1516-55, as precursors to the reclamation of the Holy Sepulchre. Philip II, 1555-98, son of Charles, perceived the confluence of divine and Spanish conflicts as central to his worldview. The Crusaders advanced the conversion of Crusader territories into crusading kingdoms and subsequently into Holy Lands by adopting the paradigm of the Old Testament Israelites and the Maccabees safeguarding God's legacy, which held significant prominence in conventional Crusader semiotics. If the Holy Land or Christendom constituted patria, why not the kingdoms or city-states established by the Crusaders? Pope Clement V responded unequivocally in 1311, saying, "Just as divine election bestowed the Lord's inheritance upon the Israelites to fulfill God's concealed intentions, so too has God selected the Kingdom of France as His chosen people." Others could engage in the same discourse. In 1377, Chancellor Haughton, the Bishop of St. David's, noted to Parliament that God would not have honored England as he did Israel if he had not selected it as his heritage, reflecting on the English victories in the 100 Years' War. A prevalent verse implied that the Pope had become French, but Jesus had become English. God's tenure as an Englishman was extensive. These scriptural appropriations were integral to a pre-crusading tradition that acknowledged Old Testament precedents for homeland defense, and they are not inherently associated with crusading activities. Nevertheless, those seeking to sanctify national conflict utilized language so aligned with contemporary crusade rhetoric that clear distinctions became unattainable. Propagandists likely intentionally blurred the two. Crusading was certainly not the cause of all national holy wars. The Hussites in 15th century Bohemia deliberately established their own sacred territory, renaming religious sites after locations in Palestine, such as Mount Tabor and Mount Horeb, while completely repudiating the crusade tradition that inspired the campaigns waged against them. Conversely, from the 14th century onward, Catholic Christendom progressively appropriated crusading themes for national interests, notably in the conflicts between France and Flanders, England and Scotland, and most prominently, England and France. During the 100 Years' War, campaigns occasionally secured crusade grants, particularly in 1383 and 1386. Descriptions or justifications of events increasingly incorporated language and imagery associated with holy war, as popularized by the Crusades. The chaplain of Henry V depicted the English at Agincourt, 1415, as God's people, clad in the armor of penitence, and motivated by their king to emulate Judas Maccabeus. The widespread adoption of the cross as a national emblem throughout Europe in the later Middle Ages, such as the English Red Cross, facilitated this transfer, functioning as a symbol that conveyed meaning more powerfully than legal or canonical arguments. The later Middle Ages experienced various influences, including establishing national holy lands and sacralizing political authority and identity.